Good morning and welcome to Spark and Trade. Today is April 17th. Let's give out some levels for SPY. An interesting rejection off of these level up here for 1360s, for 1384 on the 1 hour. So I'm going to also put that kind of in there. We are on our way down, so we can look at that. We can look at that. Don't want to have too many levels on our screen because that can cause some analysis paralysis. So in order to avoid that, let's clear the charts. Okay, we're gonna clear the charts there. And all right, let's get to it. Oh, I actually Discord. All right, so we cleared the chart. We're gonna call out this level here on the 15-minute for SPY, 413. We got 410 as a possible bounce zone on SPY. That was where we bounced from yesterday, as you can see, and we established a supply zone up here at 413. Currently bearish market, pullback, continued bearish. We don't know what's going to happen, but we basically have our bias for this morning until they hit key levels. On this time frame, we're going to call out 413.16, so that's a really strong supply level. It's also something that we pulled from the daily, and we can call this 411 5-minute as a possible area to like look out for there. I hate when that happens. All right, so there we go. Okay, so booyah, some levels to watch there. We're gonna get a little bit tighter here to kind of see. I want you guys to see that line. Looks like I'm gonna have to pull this data in order for you guys to see it. Yeah. All right, so we also have supply up here too, but they gotta clear this 413 supply. 414, we'll put it, it's a 5-minute supply up there. So these are your levels you want to watch out for today. Let me just write that into this membership signal. We're going to call out SPY levels. SPY levels for today, 413, SPY 6, 7 on the 15-minute. That is fresh. We have a 410, SPY 1-4 demand, that is fresh. We have a supply at 413, SPY 16 on the 5-minute, and demand we're gonna either 411, SPY 7-3 demand, which is fresh. Currently bear market. Currently in the bear market, red. All right, so that condition could cause some major moves to the downside unless they hit a demand zone. There goes a picture to go with it. Let's go check out some ES levels. Hey, baby.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Can I hold you right back? Hey, guys.
Absolutely. I was just checking on the drop off and everything.
Yeah, everything went well.
Okay. We're going to head out for the day, so I'll hit you later.
Okay, have a good one.
Bye.
All right, the levels here are 15-minute, 41.74, 41.38, 1.74, 41.38 looks like demand on the 15 minute, 5 minute. We gonna clock this level here. 41.69. 41.69 and no current demand, so we can pull this demand here. 41.55. This one is old. All right, there goes our ES levels. Alright, there goes our ES levels. You can target whichever one you want, 15-minute play, you know, whatever play you want. I'm kind of using a combination between the 15-minute and the 1 hour, but I do have this 5-minute open to kind of see how the market reacts in these type of conditions. When it's red, you can when both time frames are red, you get this violent kind of move to the downside. So when it started on the 15-minute here, we had to pull back, test the dead zone, and then you got that move. We have about 50 seconds till market open, so let's get it. Good luck, guys. Good morning, good morning.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, Marksman, good morning.
Morning, man. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, it was nice. How about yourself?
Yeah, it was good. Went to the wedding and stuff, so a lot of fun.
This sounds cool, man.
What are you just watching just the usual today?
Yeah.
Nice.
Looks like we're stuck in this bear trend for now.
Yeah, I'm expecting maybe the range day, since we're like opening flat, we're like halfway between yesterday's price action. And it's also a Monday, so I wouldn't be surprised if we just kind of consolidate.
Yeah.
And we have jobless claims on Thursday.
Google went straight from a supply zone straight into a demand zone, and now it's getting ripped back up. That's funny. Damn, I would be up a full point right now if I would have held my position.
Oh, would you take a pre-market trade on it?
Yeah, I took a trade on it at 916.
Nice. Oh, for that higher low. We'll put it there.
Well, just using 104 honestly, because if you pull up like a 4-hour chart, you'll see that Nvidia's in a spot that I want it to be in, but market's getting steady pressure, so I'm gonna wait and see because if Nvidia flushes under 264.50, then stays heavy under it, I'll probably trade it for a late day V shape when it gets back over that level. I want to be patient in this market just in case the market wants to stay red, which is gonna shake everyone out who might be using some of these levels as support or demand, and then they're gonna build it back up to end the day. So I'm gonna be paying attention to Nvidia. If we lose that, which we are losing it, we're losing that 264.50s area. If we lose this area, I'm gonna be waiting for a V shape, because I think that we're probably gonna get steady pressure, and then once we stop making lower lows, I think we're gonna be able to see it. That's really wow. You would be able to like almost a point. If if you would have took that entry, but I don't want to trade this early. Too volatile, especially at a name like Nvidia where the spreads is spready right now.
Right.
But yeah, that is a nice little hold just doing at 264.50s. But I think it's gonna go under that level, man. I think SPY. I mean, SPY might. What's it looking like on the 60? I think if SPY gets up to like somehow if it gets up 60 cents to like 413, it's gonna reject hard. And we'll probably end up going right back down.
Yeah, I think if we hold for 1320, it might look good, but yeah, it's only if we hold it.
Whoa, MNQ just ripped. Leaving a pretty nice wick on the 15 minute to the the bottom. See if they can get through this money zone.
Wow, look at SPY. You would be up basically a full you would be up a full point on Nvidia if you would have took my trade. Okay, Google on a ramp too. Google's savage mode. It got straight to the man that was like, "Ha, bitch, shoot your ass." Damn, because you know Google got bad news coming in. I don't know if you guys know that.
Oh no, I didn't see that.
Okay, so Google's news is that Samsung is basically threatening to use Bing instead of Google as its main search engine software.
Really?
Yeah, so it actually got Microsoft. Microsoft should be up right now because Microsoft owns Bing. So let me check Microsoft real quick.
Yeah, it's up.
Yeah, Microsoft's doing pretty well. Microsoft could be sexy for a long here if it can hold VWAP. And it's holding. Is that previous day's high? I think it's holding previous day's high.
Yeah, yesterday's high is 288.48.
Yeah, Microsoft could be probably the sexiest play for the long side, honestly. If it can hold above that level.
Yeah,
What is it? Is that 290.30, right? Not bugging, right?
290.30.
I have 30
For what?
for Microsoft.
That's a pretty big candle for them to take back right there.
Yeah, dude, this thing could be set. Yeah, Microsoft's the one. Microsoft's the one today.
Wow, Gonzo.
Yeah, Microsoft is the one. Because of that Samsung news, bro. That's what brought Google down. So it brought Google down and ripped Microsoft up. Damn, bro. Fuck, I knew I should have took that VWAP trade. That shit they fed it to you on a fucking platter, bro. That's the only type of trade I would take pre 10 a.m. That was just, I mean, the news is good for it. You know, damn, that was a good fucking trade. If you would have taken it off of VWAP over previous day high. Now, if we can get another retest, 290.30, that would be fucking sexy if that holds. But I don't know. I don't think the market can allow retest right now. I think the market's turning the fuck up.
We got a lot of supply levels up here. We're about to break through on the 5 minute on SPY.
We still have. I know SPY supply. They say it's like 415 or something like that. I haven't marked it out, but because I'm mainly looking at like the ES and.
My goodness, bro, this shit is
Look at
tearing.
that, bro. Fucking Microsoft, bro. Microsoft was a beauty. Damn, that would have been such a good trade. I'm not too mad though, just due to the. You know, I said I wasn't gonna trade till 10, so I'm not upset about it. But damn, that was a beautiful call out before it even happened. Like literally, I called that out maybe 30 seconds before we had that rip up. So you would have had to been like super quick with it. That is crazy. More than that previous high a day. Damn, that's a beauty.
All right, looks like they flipped the 5 minute bullish on
Apple's
SPY.
green. Apple went red to green.
Let's go make our money back on Tesla. Sons of bitches.
Is Ellen trading today?
Wow, Tesla ripping.
Texting me. I'm.
Ooh, ripping nice too.
I can't ever tell if he's trading or if he's flying now. Damn. So 2 sick callouts already done by me. Well, 3 technically. Google, Nvidia, Microsoft, all of them panned out the way I thought it was gonna pan out. And we're only
Yeah. Let's go
30
check
minutes
out
into the
SPY.
market, not 30
Fuck
minutes,
that.
but 7 minutes into the market. Fucking sick, bro. I was only able to get Google.
So, yo, NQ is not stopping. This shit's about to break highs.
Yeah, but you gotta be cautious about this. First line to me is that kind of 13-220s. That to me is really important. And then I guess the second line of defense is 13-240s. So gotta watch out for both of those levels. Both of those levels are gonna be really, really big. So 13-220s to 13-240. And then obviously the ES, we know that it's 4,180s is where it starts at.
This is the second white candle too. I think this thing finna keep going for a second. Probably give us that move they gave us on Friday. Went crazy to the upside and it collapsed like crazy around 10 o'clock. Oh boy. Hey, what's up, sis?
Oh, how y'all doing this morning?
Hey, man.
She wants you out the beginning of May, right? Yeah, so like April 30th is the ending of April. Alright? It's the ending of April. She wants you out at the ending of this month. Of May? Of May. You sure?
Anybody catch that Microsoft?
I called it, dude. I called it like 30 seconds before it happened, and I didn't take it because you know my strategy. So I'm not mad about it, you know. But
Yeah. Remember, in pre-market, I was saying it was in the little intraday down channel, but it had like faded right. Yeah, it's the base of a base of our channel. So if it can get over previous day's close,
yeah, that could be nice. But yeah, I I'm not, my time frame, bro. I'm not interested in trading it yet. But one thing to note is that Microsoft is under previous day.
Boom.
So-
That got the flush I was waiting on.
Yeah. Yep. So now it's definitely just hands off and be patient for me now. Definitely. Nvidia just went red to green and then green to red.
I go to spy back down in this zone that I got. See if it can fight to stay out of it.
MQ is coming down like a bull. Just took that whole move back. Wicking the top now.
Small cap, man. Small cap's going crazy right now. It's just everything's a low floater in small cap land right now.
Oof, this thing is coming down crazy. Chill out, NQ.
Like if I was RT, like if RT don't make money today, bro, there's a problem. Because
So right now I'm not even sure what I want to do, but basically the macro is saying the 1 hour is bearish, this is bearish, and this is look like they're trying to flip bullish in this kind of condition here. You have a white candle, so the 5 minute might give you a temporary upside type of move, but we are at supply right here at 413. Who knows what it does, but taking that supply line up there would have been, looks like it would have been the move, but Jesus. I like how this is holding here on the contracts. We got above the money zone there. I don't have a play right now that I'm like clear on, so I'm just gonna chill. $200 on the 15 minute holding us up on SPY. Probably should give that more time. I caught the ES supply line up there when they pulled back a little bit for a downside move. They do have demand down here, it looks like, so I don't want to stay in too long, but it looks like it's going to be a solid trade. Yeah, it looks solid. They're about to clap the 15 minute move. thing is dumping nice. Straight from that 413.16 supply line. They got
You get any futures trading in this morning?
Yeah, I just took some ES to the downside there. I'm pretty much done with that already, though. I don't want to see a bounce at this bottom of the channel. So it's like a quick scalp. See how they like stalling down here, man? Yeah, definitely stalling down there, Doc.
Wait to see what this ad is gonna do. It's fighting right around 500. Trying to see if it's gonna break back down below it. That'll let me know if the market still wanna flush out.
Yeah, I think I'm probably just gonna wait for them to either choose a direction out of this little consolidation they form in here between 413 and 412.31s. So it's not a bad range. It's about $1.80. Downtrend started on SPY. 5 minute. Sheesh. What was this entry? 65 to 69, risk 4 points. 61. Yeah, that was an aggressive bounce. Right back to highs. See if they take out 413 level. Oh, she looks like she's gonna blow. So yeah, guys, looks like we're still getting a struggle at the 413 supply level. The 5 minute is showing. The 15 minute is bearish. 1 hour just flipped bearish like an hour ago. Some sick ass moves. Swing high would have to be your stop on this thing, so let's see what they're gonna do out of this damn zone. It's a higher low on a 5 minute and the 15.
Any new trades?
Nah.
No new trades.
Tesla's looking nice, but Tesla ain't even been on my watch list this month. It's been grinding higher, trying to break high of day right now. Only thing I got green on my since open, Tesla's up 1%. There go that break. And NVDA is up 0.28% since the market opened. Man,
That
I
would have
should
been a
took that.
sick ass
Hey,
pullback on Tesla.
God, what you just watching it for? It just broke back into a clean new 1 hour chart. Let me load up something.
I think the financial sector is doing well. So I think banks are doing earnings. There was just an alert in IU, I think talking about Wells Fargo catching a bid. Yeah, somebody said Wells Fargo's some strength in the bank sector. So
Yeah, they got most of them had their earnings this
yeah.
week.
Banks always started off, so wouldn't surprise me.
Take a stab on SPY if I can catch a nice pullback. Risking the bottom of this swing low on a 5 minute, so like 412.36. Oh fuck. Come on, get out of your bullshit. Let's get it. Whoa. Just like that, you fucking dump. I got a nice fill though.
Are you long on it?
Yeah, I'm about to get out. That shit, I caught a nice fill. Damn, I probably could have held that, bro. On the fucking drop, they filled me at 117, shot up to 140 immediately. I don't like that shit, though. Probably could have held that. That was a sick ass stop loss hunt. Yeah, I got in 117, sold at 132. Yeah, it's probably best to just chill till this market breaks out of this range, guys, because they're gonna keep chopping people up.
Yes, sir. It's Monday, so just keep that in the back of your mind. You know, Evan had the right mindset. Monday, You know, there's no real economic news. We know that the bank sectors are having earnings, but really, you know what the real movers are, bro. The real movers are like the Nasdaq names. You want to see the Nasdaq move the market. So we have Netflix tomorrow, and then we have Tesla the following day. So it's probably best to just sit back, relax, and then wait for the market to make its decision, because those are the Nasdaq names are what's really moves the market. That's why the NQ's price more expensive than the ES. There's a reason for it. You know? So the real movers are, and that's because Nasdaq is known for like the growth stocks, you know? So when they do good on earnings, they play a much more significant role in boosting up the market rather than like the banks or like pharmaceuticals or whatever other sector.
I don't know what the hell is moving right now, but there's some
I think
volatility.
it's financials, bro. Because I'm getting alerts on. I know I was getting an alert on Wells Fargo. I'm pretty sure J.P. Morgan was doing well. Let me check my BlackRock position, because BlackRock just got an upgrade to buy at 912, and I'm in from like fucking 640.
There goes the possible breakout. Yep, she's a goner. Fucking cons just went crazy.
Yeah, I caught that Tesla move right there.
Oh, I think Amazon's green on the day, for what it's worth.
Chasing my stop with okay, I'm out of Tesla.
Dude, no way. Wait. I am up. Bro, I am up $50 per share on my BlackRock.
Nice.
That's crazy, bro. I'm in the Illuminati, dog.
This fucking candle has to hold right here. We got another white candle situation at supply level on SPY, 5 minute. If this candle holds, we can start seeing nothing but green.
Nvidia's a beaut right now.
Yeah, I think I'm done on the morning. Took nice solid trade on Tesla, nice solid trade on Microsoft. Look like I made the same amount of money on both of them. Let's see, let me expand this column.
How many? What's your position sizing?
I just do 2 contracts. Yep, that's crazy. I made the same thing on both of them. Microsoft.
You haven't felt like upping it since you've been consistent?
Nah, not really. What I did was I just kind of increased the contract that I buy.
Yeah, so you go one in or out of the money.
Yeah, so I'm gonna see how that works.
I mean, bro, it's gonna work the same. It's just gonna be a little bit more money.
Yeah, and it's just quicker. So like I can hit target a whole lot quicker than before.
Yeah. Fucking solid.
So I'll keep doing that for a minute, and then I'll see what 4 contracts looks like. Just trying to.
I've been contemplating on going back to options, but then I'm like, I don't know, bro. I mean, I like options because of, you know, you can use less equity and make more on the right days, but it's just like sitting there and watching the contracts move, and you're sitting here like, bro, this is not pricing the way that it should be pricing. Is the reason why I haven't really been in options as of recent, because I don't like being on the right side of the trade and then not moving like I'm on the right side of the trade.
That's my biggest problem.
That shit's annoying.
Oh boy.
They got 3 contracts on Microsoft.
Every time it gets to that fucking supply line, they cracking it.
The SPY is fighting to get out of the zone. Actually, I need to bring it up a little bit higher. It looks like it's more.
It's
right at
10:03.
413.
It is 10:03. All right.
The bullish contracts are holding levels, so they just keep getting bought up. But I mean, it's pretty much self-explanatory based on how the chart's moving. We're making higher lows. So I think the bulls just haven't given up on their contracts yet. But this wick at 413s that we keep getting, it's punching the air out of these damn cons. And if this downward rotation gets any stronger and we break lows, it'll pretty much be the fucking 1 hour supply line that's killing us. this looks messy as hell, yo.
Yeah, this is the type of market where, you know, it's probably best to just let it settle and wait until things kind of calm down a bit, because they're definitely testing people's emotions right now, for sure.
I think this shit is a wrap. Yeah, it looks like that 1 hour money zone was aligned with the 5-minute supply line. But again,
Now, notice how the NQ tried to get to 13,200. It got there, wicked over, and it slammed right back down.
yeah.
Yeah, that was that first line that I had mentioned earlier. Like, all right, if we get past 1320s, now do we get past 13,240s? If we would have got past both of those, then all right, we got bullish sentiment. But we can't even get past the first, you know, what is it, area of defense or whatever you want to call it.
Oh, they would have been so close to my stop when they on that first ES trade with that move to the upside. I wanted to get in again. Probably just gonna chill though. 2 for 2.
Well, Uber Eats is gonna be able to deliver cannabis.
Sexy.
Where at?
It says to British Columbians. What the fuck does that mean?
Canadians?
Yeah, no. Is that what that is? Canadians?
Yeah. British Columbians?
Yeah.
This is crazy. Hello. Yo, what demand do we have down here that they keep bouncing like this?
It looks like we're holding like this kind of area from if you pull up a 15-minute chart. I don't know if are you looking at SPY or ES or NQ?
ES.
ES. Okay. Let me see. I think what we have right now is as you can see, it's the 140 or 4,160s, and that's kind of where we reclaimed off of the V shape from Friday. So we're holding this little spot. If you pull up the 15-minute, you'll be able to see where the V shape kind of got ended off on a swipe, and that's probably what it's holding. It could give this up. It can definitely give this level up.
Yeah, if we give this level up, I got this thing going down to 4155. They break that, we're going to 4138, which is a 1 hour supply. Yep. It's just like, and I see what you mean though. This is where we bounced off of at the open yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is also the hourly 50 moving average where it's kind of, it just broke below it. Now it's retesting it to try to get back above it. But Yeah, that's the 50 hourly 50 moving average as well.
Maybe.
So that's always key for me.
I don't even know
You know, that's my baby right there. 50 HMA. See, you got a simple 50 or a whole moving average?
Now I use the EMAs.
Exponential. Gotcha.
Yeah.
What's the difference between an EMA and an SMA?
Just the way it's weighted.
Which one's better to use? I feel like the simple is better to use for macro.
The simple is quicker. It changes quicker. EMA is better long term because it kind of drags. So it's not it don't give you those sharp lines. Like peaks and spikes and whatnot. But yeah, this market is just chop right around here.
Yeah, you just gotta kind of sit on your hands, bro. There's, I don't want to play anything unless, I have some sort of advantage. Which means, like, my only advantage on the day was that Google at 104. And I got a beautiful entry. Honestly, I should have held. But I seen that refresh seller scared me because he showed his hand at, I believe, 45. Then he popped down at 43. Then he popped down at like 37. And he popped down at 35. So it looked like he was bringing it down. And then he whoever it was, let it go. So that's why I was nervous about holding my shares on over to market open, because I noticed whoever that was kind of pushing it down. But I would have been up like a full point and some change. Almost 2 points, basically. Because it got to 105.80s.
Here comes the ad. Still coming down, but can't make lower lows.
What's the ad? Is the ad, like, if you see the ad, is it negative or positive?
It's positive right now.
Okay.
Positive 500.
But with like.
So that means it's good, right?
It kind of.
Yeah, so,
go ahead, LMD.
Now I was just gonna say, yeah, anything over 0 is decent, but you want to see it. They use it because you want to see it over 2,000. But I kind of put hash marks at 500 and 1,000, and then that kind of tells me the sentiment. So it got up to 800, and then it rolled over. So usually when it gets to like 1,000, I'm looking to see if it's gonna break through 500 the same way. And then anything over 2,000 holding, they kind of use that to tell you if the market is gonna trend or not in whatever direction. So like SMB and a couple of those other places, they use it as a trend indicator, basically pegging out at positive 2,000 or pegging out at negative 2,000.
So is it looking like we're going to get a trend day or not?
I would the way I use it is to determine whether money is going in on multiple new NASDAQ stock or is coming out. So like,
how do you get the ad?
$ ad on TOS.
$ ad, okay.
Yeah. So like in the morning we had an influx of money going in. Market moved up. Somewhere around 9:56, the market started coming down. Like it's a lagging indicator, so like it could flip when the market starts going up. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like if you're a scalper, you kind of want to just go in with the wave of the direction of the ad at the current time. Like some people use the VIX, which is an inverse of how SPY moves. Just messes with my mind. But the ad goes up if the market's going up, and it comes down if the market's coming down, which to me just kind of makes sense. And I think for me, when I put a Heikinaichi candle on this, it kind of helps just kind of determine like the strength of the up move or the down move. Yeah. But then you want to watch out for the key levels that LMD were talking about. Like if they hit 0, you probably are going to see a reaction in the market. 1,500, 2,000, some key numbers there to watch.
I wouldn't want it. By the way, that high or low right there.
On what?
Apple. I just took a starter though, but I'm up 20 cents.
Nice, dude. I was looking at that. I was looking sexy down at the candle I liked it on was at 1010. I was looking at that too. That looks sexy. That was a good play.
Yeah, yes, that's the same candle I took right
But-
there.
But you have to understand that under VWAP, so just keep that in mind. I don't know how size you are positioned, but I would be taking a few off up there because VWAP is up there. And then you can hold on for break even on the rest, but you should definitely be taking a piece off.
Yeah, I just took a starter, so I only just took one share. So I have break even, or I'm gonna take it up towards VWAP. Last piece, because I was only able to size, and I had like a 27-cent stop loss roughly. But we'll see what the do right here.
What the fuck was that? It's a good engulfing candle there. That would have been a nice entry there.
Yeah, I was paying attention to Apple. That was definitely a good play.
Yeah, what I did this morning, I made some changes. I found 2 stocks I'm watching, and then I just went.
Apple's probably always going to be a stock that you like to watch, just because you probably trade that. Like, that's probably one of the most actively traded stocks that you like to trade. You just once you find a stock's personality, especially one that's liquid, and Apple's very liquid, like you can take as much size as you want in Apple, given the flow. You can do that across the board, but like on all of these big tech stocks, you can do it. It's just that the thing about Apple that makes it so attractive is that the bid and the ask is always a penny apart. That's what makes it sexy, because if you go ahead, yeah, you can take whatever size you want in Nvidia, but like I said in the morning, obviously it kind of simmered down a little bit, but you can see the spreads like 8-9 cents apart. So, and that's what's sexy about Apple, is because it just never leaves that. Everything's always a penny away. The bid is always a penny away from the ask, and that's what makes it very sexy to trade. And that's why I like trading it. It's because I know its personality. I know that the way that it moves, it's not gonna fucking, it can obviously flush down. Any stock can flush down, but for the most part, it's gonna be a close range, type of stock.
Yeah. So I think I'm always gonna watch that, and then just pick whatever else is looking the best, like macro wise. So I was watching that on Microsoft today.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit helps, right? Limiting the amount of names your eyes are focusing on.
Yeah. I think one of you guys mentioned it. I think it may have been you, Spark, last week. I think you mentioned something like that. So over the weekend, that's what I did. And I'm just trying to focus in like the story the stock is telling.
Yeah.
That bigger picture. So we'll see.
This shit is definitely not active right now. I mean, it's giving people $1 worth of opportunities, but if we don't get a trend and you're on the wrong side of this train, ay. But yeah, nice job taking the lows of that basing out and higher lows there. I mean, hopefully you can hold your coins till they kind of break the bottoms, but watch out for your supply levels, and you should be good on that Apple trade. That was solid. Nice shit.
Yeah, I wish I would have sized it more, but it was still risky, so I guess that was.
You're always gonna wish that when the trade's on the right side.
Yeah.
And you're always gonna be happy when the trade's on the opposite side, and you're like, thank God I didn't full size into this shit.
Yeah, psychology shit. Yeah.
Yeah, so just keep that in mind. There's nothing wrong with a starter. There's nothing wrong with taking smaller size, as long as you have a plan behind it.
We're gonna see what Apple about to do, because it's in a pennant right now.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to cut it if the market.
I would definitely take your profit here. I'm gonna be completely honest.
Yeah, all right, that's what I did. That's a good idea. Oh shoot.
You out already?
It was gonna tell you what it was gonna do in the next candle or two, because it's kind of pinning it out. I probably would have just put my stop at the base of those candles, because if it breaks the base of those candles on the low side, I don't know where you got in at. What was your entry?
47. So it was a bit high.
47.
Yeah.
So you would set up. So yeah, if you'd have put your stop at 164.58, that would have locked you in 10%, 10 cent.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's what I should.
Yeah, if it breaks below that, then you kind of know that that move is dead.
If I had more than one share, I definitely would have taken off partial there. But since I only had one, I just had to kind of work with that. So
Yeah, story of my life, bro. It's one contract. Yeah, it's one contract shit is killing me, but now I'm doing two, so no matter what. Yeah, I think a solid ass trade right there on Apple. You got a 15-minute and a 5-minute demand zone down there for you if you wanted to kind of just like hold till they break that and see how high they can go. I mean, they could probably go up to the if they cleared this 5-minute money zone, you got like a 165.15 area till next possible resistance.
oh yeah, it's about where yesterday's close is too.
Yeah.
I was just thinking like the SPY is still in a range.
Yeah, it's definitely still in a range.
And everything is, and it's really
Yep.
Tesla, I think, was the one that LMD pointed out that looked pretty fucking solid. If they bounce again, though, yeah, no, they're dragging back down. Huh. This is a nice entry for Tesla, though. If this thing trends, you're golden. It's fucking in the middle of the 15-minute supply and demand zone. Tough one. Let's get back to SPY. SPY looks like it's gonna try to take out the 413 level.
I don't know. It's getting wicky up there.
Yeah, bro,
So we'll
all
see.
day. Clapping shit. White candle. You can take this play and just freaking stop at 412.63. I think I might do that, guys. If they pull back, give me a nice entry. I might go long on SPY.
Yeah, it's getting wicky every time it goes to 413. It makes me a little nervous. I want to see like 413. If it's gonna go up, I want to see it holding 413 instead of just getting up there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Even if it wicks over, I kind of want to see it like look better than what it currently is.
Alright, we'll see what's up there. Sell stop there. I got my limit order. If they come down, I'm in this.
Nice little move up.
Alright, here goes test number what? 3, 4 on a day at this level? I think I'm being too cheap on trying to enter, but I'm not fucking moving. Wow, NQ is moving up too. Looks like the market got some strength to the upside right now.
Yeah, but it's pushing up to that 13,200, so you gotta be cautious there.
13, 2, yeah.
Man, what Apple did, told you it was gonna break out that pennant nicely.
Had a nice pop on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, here
If
goes
you
the next pullback.
could have took like a 937 candle and then drew a line to the 1002 candle,
Oh, you bastard.
like
Right
that,
back under 413, by the way. Crazy.
that was a line that it was gonna break.
I'm in on ES to the upside for the breakout.
Oh, nice.
It was a nice pullback I caught, but let's see if they can keep this up. I'm only risking the previous 5-minute candle.
Ooh, big slam.
Yep. Alright, that's supply. It's gonna take a while to get through it though. I'm locked in. Traders in. I'm walking away from the screen. Vaya con Dios, primo. Alright, YouTube, I'm taking the longs here, trying to see if we could flip the trend to the upside, break out of this range. Entry was on that pullback. White candle is my final stop on this. I'm not even gonna let them go to the swing low. See what we get.
Google got kind of rippy here. I just don't like how things are moving right now.
I'm up, but I'm trying to wait for the break, bro. I just wanna take it nice and slow.
I just look like I'm 16.
Here we go. Break it, bastards. Break it. Don't wake us.
If it does break, be cautious around like 413.50s to 413.80s. I would be cautious around those areas.
For sure.
Those two specifically on SPY at least.
For sure. We got a 413.67.
Ooh, huge slam on Google right there.
Yeah,
Google
nice.
just got slammed for a 30-cent downward move.
I was hitting that a little bit.
Yeah, they got slammed.
Riding around town.
I don't know, bro. This market's just
Well, how many times y'all gonna reject the supply level? I don't even mind a rejection. Just please don't do it violently, because that's a big sign. NQ is coming down hard from the same level, bro. Even ES. No emotions. Just trade. It's like kind of right here where I got in. So we're risking that. Duplicate that. That's your one.
damn Google with a huge back-to-back flush, bro. That's crazy. Dude, this spot looks so ugly in terms of just looking at the chart. It looks terrible.
Yeah, one right here. There you go, buddy. You got the volume. 1.2 million buyers on this 15-minute candle. Ends in about 2 minutes. If they could just hold this, could be a nice close. Mm. Wow, NQ's dragging. NQ's back red. Oh boy, they're gonna go hit my stop. Go down any further. 5-minute money zone, possible bounce there. If they fail that, trade's over, buddy. Yeah, they're gonna go hit my shit. Too much pressure. Come on, go then, go.
Evan, I bet you're not regretting that out and apple now.
No, and honestly, I definitely if I would have had more shares, I definitely would have taken off some there too. So I'm happy with that 22 cents.
You should be happy with that, bro. Honestly.
Yeah. It came back down to that demand zone at like 164.25, made that higher low as the market was kind of basing up. And honestly, do you think we could take another stab at it here at this since it's back down?
I was thinking
Whoa,
about it,
nice
but
bounce.
I just
Fucking money's on entries, bro. Why the fuck don't you just wait for those?
I just don't know because I don't like how the SPY just kind of ripped the way that it did to 413 and it's wicking off of it. Like to me, this is showing a lower high, and I mean you have consecutive wicks right now. Like if you just draw a line at like 413.10, you'll notice that every.
Hey, what's up, YouTube? Don't know what the hell is gonna happen, but we're getting significant pressure up here at this 5-minute supply line. This market looks like it's making higher lows. At some point, someone's gonna cave. We bounced off of this money zone on a 5-minute. We're getting purple signals over here, so that's a good sign. It's not red. If it was red, we'd pretty much be in a pickle. This cyan is a good condition to go back into green, especially after blue. So let's just see if they just shook out the shorts and possibly flips this trend. But my stop is literally right here, no matter what. So they can do whatever they want. All right, entries were around this level up here. So far, that looks good. Money zone bounce. Fucking money zone. You gotta keep going though. I hope this is a takeout candle. You know, I like to put my stop right underneath my entry at this point because that's kind of wanna. But we gotta trade like robots. Don't take profit just because you're up. Take them when they hit your targets, because you'll be crying about the fact that move afterwards. Come on, don't increase that 41% selling pressure. We can't use that. 46. Cochino. Yeah, it looks like a dead move, man. Oof, yeah, that wick is sick. It's a wrap. What a fucking move right there. Right off the wick. Damn, they gave you one more shot to get out of this thing. They're gonna hit my stop if they come down any further than this white candle here. I'm not gonna let them, kind of take me to the gulag too much.
That 4-3.
Yeah, just bro. I think that what they're gonna do is they're gonna trap people in. They're gonna lure people in, and then they're gonna get people in, flush right under VWAP, stop everybody out, flush it right back up to 413. And if you don't take your profits up there, I don't know what to tell you, bro. I don't know what to tell you, bro. You should be taking your profits proactively, especially on a day like this. You have to, because if you don't in this market, it's gonna shit on you. They are gonna shit on you. These market makers know exactly what games they're playing. They know what they're doing. Like when I look at Apple right now, mind you, it's holding like the key areas, right? Like it's holding that nice support line, right? You draw that line, you got 164.30, right? We know that. We drew a line there.
I'm out of that play, guys. Just got stopped out on that. Move to the downside. Fucking 413 level up there. Okay.
The thing about Apple being near that demand zone is what makes you think that it can't flush under it if SPY flushes. Like if SPY tries to go red again, Apple's gonna get under 32, and then the next candle they probably swipe it right back up, and it's gonna be over 32. It's gonna stop everyone out who's using 30s, whatever, and then ramp it right back up right over, and then it's a VWAP. So you just use previous price action to indicate what your play is gonna be. That's all it is. That's literally all. Draw your lines, proactively cover, proactively sell, leave a runner on if it's a trending day, but be proactive and understand previous price action. If you can understand what's happened in the past, you'll be better ready for it in the future. That's what trading is. That's all trading is.
Right, for sure.
That's it. If you're good at history, you should be good at trading. Don't take much. Draw a couple of lines,
Ooh,
and what
here's
I
the
say,
fucking
look,
move.
SPY go
Jesus
red.
Christ.
We're gonna lose 30s on Apple. How many people are gonna get stopped out? How many people are stopping out right here? Think about it.
Fuck.
Literally called out before it happened. Market showed its hand. Like it don't get better than that. Like people would pay for the information I give. I just want to put that out there. That's crazy. Cause I called this shit out back when it was near 413.
Yeah, they gave that 413 a good licking. Let's see if they make
That's what I'm saying.
fucking yeah, that's a lower low right there. Oh, there it goes. Possible downtrend. Damn, the fucking 15-minute and the 1 hour screaming shorts.
Just like that, man. It's wild how all you have to do is just but you have to be in the game long enough to know what that looks like. You know, I've been trading since 2015, 2016. So, you know, I've been around long enough to know what showing your hand looks like. And that's all people need. All people need is the time in the game enough to establish what basically I know, what Nate knows, what Lance knows, even though those guys are significantly better than me. You know, I'm not far off. And look, what did it do? What did it do? Under 30s, swipe right back up over 30s on Apple. Look at that. I mean, that's called out before it even happened. Now, you want to see it base over it now. But look at that. Flush under, swipe right back over. Like, you can't make that up. You cannot make that up.
This shit gone now.
Yeah, I mean, if the SPY keeps on tanking, obviously Apple's going to keep on tanking under that level. But, I mean, beautifully called out. Like, you can't write it any better than I basically said it. You just can't. It's fucking amazing. Fucking amazing.
Do you take the fucking move down there at demand? Hell no, bro. 'Cause if they come back up, you're gonna feel pain. So just wait for a money zone. Well, I'm glad I had my stop there, bro, because that shit was not a painful hit.
Yeah, but as long as you have a good stop, I mean, if you have a setup you like and you have a good stop, then there's no such thing really as a bad trade as long as it's in your setup, right?
Yeah.
And you have proper stops, and it don't matter what anybody says. If that's a trade that you take and 7 out of 10 times it works, regardless of what I say, regardless of what Nate would say, or any professional trader, you take that trade because statistically it shows that you have an edge, right? You have a 70% win rate. So you take it. That's just how it is. But, you know, it's just how that shit goes.
There it goes.
Because even I'm wrong, you know? Even there's days where I'm absolutely wrong. I like when I took WW, I was absolutely wrong on that trade. That shit happened.
Here she goes.
Look at that, nice touchdowns. But we gotta be careful because NQ is gonna be pulling up on that 13,100 area. Now we know that area does like to hold on the macro scale, so and we're not far off of it. We're what 15 points away. So just keep that in the back of your mind. Do not associate us just going down with, oh, this is shortable. No, it's not, because if you're trading NASDAQ names, obviously. Because 13,100 is right there. So keep that in the back of your mind. It can definitely catch support there, 100%. And that's a macro level too. Like, that's literally shown on the 4 hour. Like, you can see that on the 4 hour, the 1 hour. It really likes to hold that level. 4 hour probably shows it amazing though. I like the way the 4 hour shows it. Yeah, beautiful. This market, man, it never seems to fail retesting those key levels, man. Whenever you think like, oh my God, there's no way it's gonna retest the key level, it retests the key level every time. It's like, what the fuck? I want to see 13,100s and how it's going to react. Is 15 points away. I don't really want to trade anything until I see that level get touched. And then I want to try to find something I could size into for reversal. Like, Microsoft looks kind of, how does Microsoft? Dude, I need to open up my TOS, bro, because low key I have all my levels marked on TOS and I'm using DAS. Should probably open up my TOS for all my other names. This is kind of clean, low key.
Yeah.
Slimes. I like I
Wow,
low-key like
fucking
Microsoft
411.
around this level.
411 was the other level. Damn.
But it's like, how do I take size on this? Do I take 150 shares on this? I'm not familiar with how Microsoft trades. I'm gonna take it that way.
You going long on Microsoft right there?
Yeah, I'm not too, I took 150. I could be wrong here. I'm gonna keep my stop fairly tight just because I don't know how this trades, and I know that Microsoft is relatively strong versus everything, and I'm up right now. It looks good.
God damn, Tesla gave everything back, brother.
Yeah, this is a beautiful move on Microsoft.
Yeah, SPY's doing nice. Nice.
There we go, nice. Microsoft's moving right now.
Damn. Got a good bounce off the money zone. Bounced again. Didn't take that.
There we go. Come on, Microsoft, get up there. 63s, 64s. Nice. Come on, give me a swipe. Give me a swipe. Come on. Come on, I just need a swipe.
Look at this thing move up crazy right now. Whoa.
This time Microsoft wants to give that swipe. I have to be patient here. But if it doesn't, I'm probably gonna have to let this go. But I feel like there's a swipe coming.
Yeah, I don't know if I should give this thing another shot or if I should just
Come
go
on.
with the bears.
63s. It just needs more volume.
Yeah, I'm gonna chill.
I mean, we got 2 seconds into this count. I'm gonna have to close this trade out. Yeah, probably gonna have to close this one out.
Yeah, I got Microsoft right at the base of a down channel.
I closed it out. I went profitable. I made like 27 on that. It's 150 shares. I was trying to get a point, but I needed, and here we go. There's the volume swipe that I needed, bro. But is it gonna hold it? It needs to hold. I feel like it needs to kind of hold 60s on the bid. If I don't see 60s on the bid, it's not.
Yeah, it's trying to get, because it's a down channel right above what it's fighting to stay out of. If it gets
67s, bro. Fuck, dude, it's gonna swipe. It's gonna swipe, and I just wasn't patient enough.
because I'm thinking about trading this. If it gets back up to 288, I'll trade it back down.
That was a beautiful entry I got, man. Fuck, dude. Oh man, look at that 70s now in play.
Because you bought it right off of the hourly 50 moving average. It kind of caught support right there.
Yeah, the problem is that SPY's making it difficult. When it's coming down, it seems like Microsoft's definitely reacting to it.
Yeah, SPY just trading. I got the SPY in a zone between 413 and like basically 412. I got mine drawn out at like 412.10.
I definitely could have had a better exit on that. I kind of flubbed my exit a little bit. Damn, dude, I knew it. I wasn't seeing the volume that, because you know when I see Microsoft trading like previously, I see it being able to swipe, and it just wasn't swiping while I was in the trade. And I'm like, bro, when are we gonna get the swipe? Like, that candle has not showed, but now look, there we go. Now we're getting, it still needs volume though. This might be the candle right here to swipe it up.
It's just fucking nuts. It's going crazy. Back to the money.
Man, fuck. That was such an easy trade, bro. It was so easy. I didn't even really have to think about it. The only thing I had to think about is how do I want to size into this, because I haven't traded Microsoft like that. Like, I don't have the same relationship with Microsoft that I do with Apple. So the only question was, how do I size into this? You know, but that was an easy trade. Mind you, trading's not easy, as everyone says, but that was definitely an easy trade.
Wait, so what was your thesis with that? Because like I saw it was like in a downtrend. Like that level I had from yesterday, that 287, what 25.
All right, so thesis, pull up the 60-minute, pull up an hour,
All right.
and I'll walk you through it. Let me know when you did it.
All right, yeah, I got it.
So if you can see on the day of 4/12, and mind you, I did this 20 seconds before the trade even, like, this was done in like 20 seconds. I drew a line, and what you'll notice is on 4/6, you have a move at 11 a.m. or is it, no, 4:10. You have a move at 11 a.m. where it kind of wicked off of the level. I have a line drawn at 287.32, right? So if you look at 4:10, you see that there was a wick that got brought under that key level. Same at 8 a.m. on 4/12. You get it again at 9. You get it again at 10. You get it again at whatever 13 is. You get these kind of wicks. Well, no. It was only 8. And then at 13, you get it at that 32 level. And that's what I was basically using it as. I was using it as basically like a short-term support where it should bounce off. And if you look at 4/14 at 11 a.m., it kind of did the same thing, right? We have that topping wick. Well, if it's holding over that topping wick, I feel like that could be support, right?
Wow, these fuckers are going all the way back up there.
So that's kind of how I formulated my thought process. I'm just using, and I did this maybe 15 seconds before. I just drew a line just like that, and I got into the trade. And my risk was just under that 30s level.
Oh, guys.
But I had I'm not gonna lie, bro. I had probably I had a shit exit. I did. Like my exit wasn't, I still made money on it, but my exit was pretty shit. I should have definitely held onto it to get like a pop, but I was just worried that what if we get a flush? And I shouldn't be worried about that too, by the way. I shouldn't have been worried, just due to the fact that we were close to 13,100 on the NASDAQ, which should give me confidence that we're probably not gonna flush under that level. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's a key level. Why would we flush under that level? You know, I think that we would probably, in my opinion, I think we would base at that level, base, and then we would either flush or swipe. But until we find out on that base of that level, there was no reason for me to even consider the fact that we're gonna flush under it. I should theoretically still either be in the trade or have taken partials of it.
Yeah, honestly, I'm tempted to go here on Apple.
Yeah, I'm looking at Apple too. I was literally about to buy, but I'm kind of waiting here because the last thing I want to do right now is over trade. I literally just got out of Microsoft, you know, and imagine getting right out of Microsoft into another trade. Like I don't really want to just be bouncing around everywhere. That's not my trading style.
Well, we have a lot of selling volume, and that's candle right there in the SPY.
Yeah, they hit the friggin' 15-minute, 5-minute money zone. I tried to get in, but I'm being a little cautious now, letting the up move kind of work out, but I think I might have missed my entry. Yep.
LMD, were you in here when I was talking about looking left and previous price action?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, nah, that's a staple for live traders. His thing is think Beyonce. To the left, to the left.
Yeah. I think that would help a lot of people out in terms of trading, if they just took a couple of seconds, maybe even a couple of minutes if you need to. Like me, I only really need seconds. You know, as you can see how I got in Microsoft, I literally clicked 60 minutes, found a line, drew that shit, and got in the trade like immediately. Like that was like on site. Like that could not happen any faster. But I think that would help so many people out if they just looked left and understood price action.
You should have fucking took that, but whatever.
You talking short spark from that? Was there money zone there?
Yeah, bro. It wicked that. It literally hit the 15-minute and just started coming down like a back into trend. They got to break lows now for us to kind of be a trend play, but my exit would have been like 411.73. So
I think, I don't know, I could be wrong, but I think that this move that we ended up getting at 1042, it could have just been like that last flush that we got. It could have just been to exhaust any of the holders out, in my opinion. I could absolutely be wrong, and we can keep trending down, but you know, we'll see. We'll see how this ends up panning out. But I do think that a lot of people got exhausted out, and I think the market knows that.
Yeah, I'm so tempted of going long here in Apple, but
this motherfucker, this
Oh, this look attractive, bro. I ain't gonna hold you, bro. It does. It keeps calling my name. I see it. I see it. It does. It looks good, but I'm gonna wait it out. I'm gonna definitely wait it out.
just quite yet.
But I'm waiting it out not because it looks good. I'm waiting it out because I just got into a trade and then I got out. I'm not.
YouTube. You know, basically we have a bearish condition on the left side, right here. Bears are in control on the 1 hour. Bears were in control all morning on the 15-minute. And now we have another triple threat kind of play. So this bounce here, this pullback was where I was trying to target an entry for shorts. We would have been up like pretty much almost 2 hour already, but I didn't pull the trigger fast enough to get in on that entry. And now the market's going without me, but you know, maybe we'll get another shot on a pullback. We're getting a lot of wicks down there, so let's see if they can take those guys out. But market is definitely ranging in a nice way, giving us some opportunities. But basically, this play right here is like this play right here. Pull back into it. Let's see if we can take out the highs. In this case, they failed. So we pulled back into the money zone. I actually waited for this money zone entry too this time, but you know, such is life. I would have been I would have been so hands off on that trade. Like, they have to go hit target. I wouldn't be, you know, kind of trying to take profit right there just because they're wicking or anything like that. So let's see what ends up happening, but solid trade right there.
It's just like if he fails in this market, you know, he needs to do some self-reflecting, bro, because no small cap trader that trades the way he trades, which is clickety click, clickety click, like, you should not be failing, bro, because all you have to do is wait for that swipe move and it's gonna give it to you. Like, they're low floats. So, you know, that's why I said that even before market open. Like, if he's not profitable in a market like this, there's a legitimate problem that he needs to solve, because this is probably one of the easier markets for people who like to long low floats right now. Everything's hot right now because of CXAI got the fucking ball rolling. I'm in Microsoft long again. Now, I'm smaller size than before, so not anything crazy, like very small comparative to what I had before. And I'm good right now. It looks good. I'm hoping this can be the move that we can get. Apple looked really good too off that level that we were talking about, Evan. That was nice. Apple's actually moving better than Microsoft, but Microsoft's the one with the news. So I'm under the assumption that Microsoft could be the one if things could get going a little bit.
Thing is, the only thing that's green since market open is freaking NVDA. Everything else is red since the market open.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing got a higher low too. I like that.
Rip.
Yeah, Apple was sexy off that level that me and Evan were looking at.
Oh, that's a new 15-minute supply line. I like that. Apple pulls back. I might try to take a stab at that. What the hell's SPY doing? Nice bounce on SPY there.
The way that this market's juking people is very interesting.
It's like a scalper's market right now.
I might after this trade, I'm probably gonna sit out for quite some time. I don't like how the SPY is making these green candles turn into red candles back into green candles. While it is attractive when you get a good entry, it kind of a turnoff at the same time, if that makes sense, to see things not formulating what you want. You know, oh my God, what a move though. There we go. Come on, Microsoft, you gotta catch that volume right now. The SPY is giving you that. You gotta catch that. Come on. Here we go. Come on. I'm gonna take a piece. I gotta take a piece. I gotta take a piece. I gotta take a piece here. Boom.
There goes another shot.
I took majority actually. I took majority out, so it's not even a piece. I'm literally in just 1/3 now on my Microsoft. All right, I'm gonna reevaluate this market though, because I do not like how these candles are going from green to red to green to red, like the way that it is doing it. And it does it in an instant. It makes me feel like there's something behind it, whether you want to call it an algo or whatever. There's something behind this market that's kind of turning me off right now. But we might get back to 413, so I'm gonna ride this last position out for the 413 push on SPY if we keep getting bidders.
And Microsoft is tapping the top of its down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It might break it though. It might break it. What is the 80s? Is it pushing 80s?
Yeah, that's basically top is. Then you can even, like you said, look to the left. You'll see
Yeah.
those right
Yeah,
there.
but I think this one's different, right? Because it held that low. So this time, statistically, I think this time could break it. I think this time could be the break of that previous high.
Yeah, if they get a bull run.
Yeah, wait.
Shit, I'm short biased though.
I'm gonna take another piece, bro. I'm gonna take another piece. Let me see if I can get 80s again. No, I'm gonna take it.
Enter right
Alright.
here.
I'm gonna hold the rest now. Now I have a very insignificant, like I can't, it's impossible for me to go red on this trade.
I missed another fucking good entry possibly. Let's see. They wicked into my fucking kill box. Let's see it, give it some time, see if the bulls can get exhausted up here.
We need to get back over that 80s area, but we might not get back over it, man. This SPY is tricky right now. The SPY is very tricky. But the NQ actually holding higher lows right now. Interesting. Even with this flush candle going on the NQ. All right, let me get 70s back. Can we get 70s back? Is that possible? All right, it looks like it's not possible. I'm getting up. All right, I'm going to sit back and just wait now. I feel like I've already traded 4 times today. All of them have been profitable. I don't like this price action though that we're getting. I do not like this price action at all.
Oh man.
And one thing you have to do is just establish whether you like how things are moving or not. And I'm establishing that I kind of don't like this movement. So this might be my last trade. That Microsoft trade might be my final one of the day, unless SPY wants to kind of calm down. But I feel like there's an algo in this shit right now.
I got an alert if it goes back up into that kill box, but I just missed another entry on shorts.
Were you trading SPY and QES? Which trade?
SPY. I'm really trading ES, but I'm basically watching SPY, and it's the same thing. So it's like hitting the 15-minute money zone, and they can't get through it. But
you like watching the SPY instead of the ES?
They're both kind of like the same.
But for some, I don't know what it is, bro. But I like looking at ES price action over the SPYs. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I like looking at the ES, but today I'm looking at the SPY though. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. I am looking at the SPY a lot more today because I feel like the way that it moves,
Son of a bitch.
it's oh no.
Yeah, no, I feel you. I mean, it definitely has like, I guess, you know, a different number, so it kind of like fucks with your head sometimes. But as far as price action goes, it's basically ES is driving SPY to a long degree, or one or the other. I don't know, but
Yeah, I think ES is the one drive because the SPY is just an ETF, right? And ES is the overall futures, right?
right.
Yeah.
I would assume it's the ES kind of moving everything.
Damn, I missed 2 possible entries back up there. I mean, you could have been at least defending profit right now. This thing is wicking at the bottoms, though, man. It's just no real fucking crazy volume.
Who took a trade? I heard something.
It's my alert. It's my
Okay. I was like, Evan, what the fuck are you taking, bro? And I'm stressing to you right now. I'm speaking to you specifically that I'm not liking this price action. I should not be here. As if you're in the trade, bro. Because if I'm not fucking with the price action, I mean, Apple looks pretty clean though. Apple does look good.
Yeah, I was looking at that higher low, but I was hoping to get down a little lower.
Yeah. But what you don't want to see though, right, is you don't want to see like an engulfing red candle after that, that green candle at 1104. That's what you don't want to see. So like, as much as you do want to see it lower, it's probably beneficial for the stock to not actually get lower than that green candle that just showed up.
Right.
Yeah, because the problem is if you end up having a red candle that maybe fills 75% of that previous green candle, you're gonna get more shorts involved. You're gonna get more shorts and more
This
sellers
shit is
involved on that
aggressive,
trade.
bro. Take here we go. It's giving me another possible entry. If we get to the 15 minute, I'll see. But this is now consolidation
short?
down here. Yeah, I'm still gonna stick with the damn chart.
Be cautious.
Code.
Just be cautious.
I want another pop up though. I don't, necessarily like this entry.
Yeah, I want to say be cautious because I have this weird feeling, like I'm not kidding, bro. This price action feels like there's something behind it. I think that if you were to go short, like I just feel like there's a high chance we get to 413 again.
Yeah.
I just feel it,
Range trading,
Right.
Yeah.
but right under previous days close. So yeah, I think if it gets back over this 412.50, yeah, you're right. We'll be right back up. And is it gonna continue to range trade? But lately, if you notice, it's been range trading between previous days close and 412.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it needs to get over.
It could exhaust people out, right? Like, people might be like, yo, all right, so 412, let's say VWAP, right? People be like, yo, I'm gonna use VWAP as my stop. Well, what's stopping the overall market from stopping them out, ripping it up to 413, exhausting them out, and then flushing it right back down? That's my concern. And the way that this price action is moving, it really feels like there's an algorithm behind it. When you're getting these red candles like this, they have something turned on. There's 100% something turned on, on this price action. You can't convince me that these are just like, just normal people moving it. I think that there's an algo behind this right now. I really do.
Look at Microsoft.
Yeah, man. Fuck, dude. I should have left I would have probably stopped myself out though. I would have probably stopped myself out on that and that green move back down at 1104. I probably would have stopped myself out on my small position. Because the last thing I want to do in this type of market is turn what was a good trade into a bad trade.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that.
Giving back gains.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take what this market, and I've established that I don't like this price action today. Like with all of that established, it's like hands off. We still have a full week. Don't exhaust yourself on a Monday when you still have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Monday's probably usually the most irrelevant day of the week in terms of because everyone's just getting back into the office. It's the first day of trading back, so it's usually the most irrelevant. Not saying that obviously there's not plays on Monday, but there's definitely easier ones throughout the week.
Tesla on its way back up. Let me see.
Just like what Evan said earlier.
It's also down.
I know you like trading Tesla because I feel like you like trading Tesla because it reminds you of like the way that it moves. It kind of moves like the minis and shit.
Oh no, I actually don't trade Tesla a lot. I just traded last week once, but
It moves. I feel like it moves like because the spreads on the options.
right.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know. I've never traded minis, so I might be talking on my ass. But I feel like the minis could get kind of spready, and they have those explosive type of moves. And which direction you get in, if you get on the right side,
Yeah.
you can get like an easy 50-60% gainer, and that's what Tesla offers. I mean,
that shit moves.
think about if you got puts at like 189, like you'd be up probably 60, 70, 80% right now.
Its ATR is pretty nice, like an $8 ATR, just like Nvidia. It has a pretty solid ATR. It looks like this tech market is starting to rally back to the upside. Nvidia looks like it can go for another 269.20 swing.
Apple kissing VWAP and kind of coming down. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another 164.30s or 40s. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised, and I wouldn't be surprised if we possibly see like a 287.50 on Microsoft to retest. I wouldn't be surprised, and then you use the previous lows as your risk, right? So you'll then use like 30s or even like 20s as your sort of risk. So if Microsoft gets to 287.50s, you can buy that 30-cent risk, and then for Apple, kind of the same deal, right? 40s down to like 30s, whatever. You kind of do that, in my opinion. Time here. Where'd you switch it to?
It was another nice little defending profit play right there. I'm still not in at the money zone. Yeah, I got a small red day on my futures, green day on options. I was green on the futures trade, but then that long I took up there trying to break out 413s. Thank God for that stop though, man. That's why I could definitely take another trade. Nowhere near my daily loss limit.
Yeah, I'm in green right now on the day. I have 4 consecutive green trades today, but I'm just a little turned off about how this market's kind of moving. And I do wonder, like, where are we? I'm gonna check something out before I say some shit that I shouldn't say.
That's me. That's why I said I was long turned off. Just because you get these like pops. It's look good, and then instantly it's in another direction. Then it looks good, and then it's instantly in another direction.
But it's like that both ways, right? Like even when it's tanking, it's like, all right, here's a support level, but then it kind of tests your patience, and then it kind of rips back up, and then when it rips back up, it comes right back. It's ugly. But what I was gonna say is, what would be interesting is what if they get back green, right? They push green again, and then they base out green, and then they trend the market up. Like they turn off the algorithm, and then they trend it up to break high a day and keep it going. Is also something that no, that's very unlikely. It's a Monday. It's very unlikely that happens, but I do have that in the back of my mind that it would be really interesting that chops people up, makes people angry, yada yada, gets everybody exhausted out from the trading day, and then goes green, trended up, and then get past 413.10s, holds that, and then rips up maybe to 414, 414.50s, you know. Not saying that's gonna happen, but it'll be interesting if that does happen.
True that.
Because we've talked about it where it's like in the morning, we've talked about this LMD where in the morning they've been recently chopping people, and then they get it going in the after, like post 12 o'clock. They get it going, you know?
Yeah, and then all afternoon is just grinding up.
Yeah, and it's the slow grinds, right? It's the grinds where it grinds, flush, but then the flush is holding, and then grind, flush, holding, and it does that the rest of the day. You know, because they don't make it easy on the grind days. They kind of make it complicated. Like you need to get in on the flush candles. So really interesting. This market definitely feels like, at least SPY, feels like there's algos behind it. I don't think there's algos behind like Apple and Microsoft and those names, but I think there's something behind the SPY today. I really do.
These
I'll be back.
fuckers can't break lows, break the
I could be
lows.
talking to my ass though. What the fuck do I know?
I would add a solid 3 fucking entries just now. They gave people an opportunity to enter the downward trend. They can't break lows, so we don't know if like we're gonna get another leg down yet. But I mean, you never know until it happens, right? And then getting in I don't do breakouts, so that pullback into that money zone, push right back down into the wiki area, like 3 times, bro.
I'll be right back, y'all. I gotta take another call.
Here goes another possible upswing. Let's see if it gets any steam, but right now we got a little flag situation going to the right side.
Oh yeah, I had 3 consecutive lower highs right there in the SPY.
Bro, fucking gotta take those, man. I kept trying to get in a little bit cheaper, but T is what it is. I mean, as long as like this morning I executed on the longs with a decent risk management, so like I was shocked at the taking that L and it not being anything that made me get emotional. So I would have taken these shorts at that level up there, and on SPY my exit would have had to be. I'll tell you right now, I got the play already drawn out. I couldn't leave this until they hit 411.79. So we still got some wood to chop, but I would have been green at least 1 hour on this move to the downside, where they're wicking at.
Oh, yeah, that base right there.
Yeah, they're not. These fucking guys just keep stepping in.
Yeah, it's hard to tell what it wants to do right here.
Yep. So this would be the play here, Marksman. All 3 conditions are red. Money zone. All 3 money zones are red. So it's just grab a friggin' entry at the money zone, and when they go back into trend or go back down, you can scale out. The first one was the one that would have gotten me an entry in that white box. The second one wicked the white box, so that was another entry at that I missed. And then the third one never really even got there, but it's basically rejecting the 5-minute money zone.
Oh, it came down to those Bollinger Bands too on the 5-minute, right?
Yeah, that's a big friggin' bounce zone too. So if we can get some steam, the Bears would pretty much get stronger. All they're doing is it looks like they're expanding the Bollinger Band. Look at this friggin' bounce, bro. I start to think like when we were up there and I was green on that long play, I could have moved my stop to break even, just because I was like, look, if we don't break out on this second swing, like, you know, you're pretty much gonna get a down move that's violent, like this up move here. It's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wicks down here, bro.
Dang.
6 5-minute wicks down there.
Don't be saying dang because you looking at Apple, bro. Don't be saying that shit, bro. I know you looking.
Oh no, we're talking SPY.
Oh, you're looking at SPY? Oh, I was about to say, look at Apple. From when we said, oh, this is a higher low type shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Yeah, tech is definitely grinding its way back up. I hope they're not doing this to slam people again, but let me see what NQ. Yeah, NQ came back down, went back up on this move.
Incoming 413 on the SPY. It's incoming. Just give it time.
It's that big level since last week. Finally hit it, broke through, got back down to like 409, went back up there. 413. This freaking guy is killing us on this daily right here. This bull's got some good volume right here.
I wonder how Kevin's been doing. I haven't seen him post in a while.
He got super good at trading, bro. He just left. He was like, I'm out of here, bro. I'm gonna live on a private island now.
Hey, he was getting like consistent days for a while.
He probably still is, man. He you know, he put a lot of time into you know, perfecting that 5-minute setup he likes to do. He was doing a good job.
Yeah, he really was.
Bro, what the fuck? Yo, every time they get like that surge back to that kill box, bro, I'm like frozen. I'm like, okay, this might be the one that goes to 413. Let me chill. And the wick back down would have been like you defending profit. Ugh. Bulls look like they got some strength though, so let's see.
I love how I was able to read that so early in the day, man. I love that.
Yeah. Fuck again. Pussy boy. You gotta take bullet trade. It's still a wedge though. Like they're not moving from this friggin' up and down zone here. What's up, Lola? How you doing, baby girl?
Damn, somebody just got smoked on WINT NIU. He had a winning trade, and he turned a winning trade into a losing trade because he started averaging down and sizing up into a winner. And he turned a winner into a loser. Damn.
Oh wow, was he shorting that?
Yeah, he top dude. He literally top ticked the candle at He top ticked the candle at maybe I guess the second haunt, the red candle haunt. He top ticked that, and then he started adding into a loser, or he started adding to a winner. Yeah, bro, that sucks, dude. Sucks. Huh.
Oh man. All right. Well, guys, I don't think I'm gonna execute. So I promised myself to get the hell away from the charts and not sit here all day. I'm gonna head out.
All right, man. Good trading with you.
For sure. One green option trade on SPY, one green ES trade, and then fucking took an L on that possible breakout of the supply line. But
Not for nothing though, it's probably been it's a good day to probably just be out early. To be fair.
Word.
Yeah.
The loss is small. It's like negative $25, bro. Tomorrow.
Regardless of the loss or anything, bro, it's a good day just to step back from the market, honestly, regardless of whether green or red. And even if you're small red, on a day like this, that's basically a green day, honestly. It really is.
Save your capital. Pull up
Yeah,
tomorrow with some more
This
ammo.
is the market stealing people's money today, for sure.
Call the police.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Good luck out there if you're getting in on anything else.
Yep. Later, bro.
All right.
And
For sure.
Oh shit, LMD's not even in here, bro. What the heck?
just broke through the 15-minute money zone. When they do shit like that, I get a little nervous because I think this is your next move here. So that's around this time frame here. Yeah, you get purple into green on a 5-minute. Purple stays on the 15-minute only because they didn't cross into a bearish or a bullish type of condition. But you know, you're just not getting that steady grind to the downside that you would normally want from entering at these money zone levels. So we'll see what happens. They probably just pushed up into a 1-hour zone to continue a bigger move to the downside. But right now, that condition is purple on the 15, green on this side. Could be a nice possible entry to continue green, but again, you don't want to see any other color after that. Looks like they just wicked the hell out of that fucking money zone. So let's see if they hold it. I'm not gonna go in. I'm gonna probably just walk. Kill box right there too.
Uh, 10-10.
Excellent, bro. Fucking excellent. That's an excellent trade.
I wish the entry should have been better. It should have been like the low of those candles. But I was trying to read the level 2 and just like what this SPY was doing, just for the extra confirmation. So, you know, it could have been a 2-hour trade. But
Ooh, nasty flush here.
Bro, I got the alert like, fuck. I was clocking that play for an hour, for fuck's sake. They just hit my target, Doc.
I honestly, dude, I was not expecting this flush.
The fucking money's on.
Wow.
It's like, fuck it, just stick to the plan. that fucking move up. The Bulls were so aggressive though, man. I ain't gonna hold you. They kind of like, if you kind of get caught up with like, you know, looking at the way it moved up, and that scares you out of your plan, man. That's what I gotta work on. Like, fuck that. Take that money zone relentlessly. That shit.
It makes me nervous though, because I mean, you know, we kind of established that today was going to be range bound, and obviously now it looks like it might not be range bound, but who knows? Especially because NQ right now is at that 13,100 mark. This is interesting. This gets real interesting here.
That was fucking crazy, man. Damn.
This is very interesting right here, actually. Because we got NQ at that supply or the demand zone that I was talking about, that 13,100. Where's the ES right now on the map, bro?
Shit's dying, bro. It's dying. You know, the crazy thing was when that volume came in on that wick, I was like, this is going to be it. And they broke straight through that demand that they kept wicking off of at the bottom. But yeah, you should definitely be taking profit here, whoever took that play at the money zone, guys, because at least skip out.
I think, not to cut you off by any means, but I think that if the ES, I would want to pay attention to 4,150. I want to pay attention to that level. We have a couple of, if you pull up the 1 hour, we have a couple of wicks. They got wick top there. So I just want to be aware of that level. If that level starts to hold, 13,100 on NASDAQ starts to hold, you know, we'll see what can happen. But it, you know, obviously it's going to be counter trending. But I mean, it's still interesting to look at that level. You know, we were 4 points away from that level. So it'll be very, very interesting on how things want to kind of pan out here.
Yeah. That's a nice wick there at the bottom of the Bollinger Band on the 5 minute too.
Tesla was a beauty, bro. Honestly. If you draw a line, this is hindsight though. I'm gonna fuck around and just give you a hindsight real quick. But let's say you hypothetically wanted to wait for like 187.80s to fail to follow through. That was a good trade.
Damn, bro, they would have killed me on Tesla because I was thinking today would have been a nice bullish day. But the one thing that kept me away from Tesla longs was NQ. It was failing bad.
Yeah.
NQ is just dumping and dumping and oh man, what the hell just happened? Oh, we didn't hit any targets. Wow, super wick right there. Damn.
Yeah, but no, Evan, like I said, the fucking, you know, your trades, man, they look like mines. It's just like I said, I feel like it's gonna take time, obviously, but my entries are a bit better, and I know kind of when to be wrong on the trade. And sometimes you take those losses that if you just would have waited a minute or two and it starts grinding with what you originally thought, you know. But for the most part, a lot of your trades have been decent recently. I don't know what you took Friday. If you did trade on Friday.
Friday. I think I did have a
You had a what?
small green.
Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. Those small green days, bro, they're gonna add up, you know.
Yeah.
They're gonna add up if you can just keep trading the strategy. Do not rush, you know, into a trade pre 10 o'clock. I know one of the trades you rushed the other day, and you kind of got in before 10 o'clock, and I think you were wrong on it.
That one, I think that was the one that surprisingly worked, but yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, you're definitely right though.
You know, just try to do the same shit every day. Try to make trading boring. I know it's harder said than done, but if you can kind of make trading boring, I think you can become successful faster. You just have to find that one thing that kind of makes, you know, like that you can come back to every single day and just do it again and again and again, and it just gets repetitive.
Right. Yeah, that's why today I'm really just dialing down, focusing on two stocks along with the SPY and QQQ. But I'm just trying to just see what the story that the stock wants to tell. So I'm going from like the daily to the 4 hour to the 1 hour, just narrowing down, just getting all my levels drawn out. And then I'm writing, I write out that thesis. So I was like, probably range day today. It's Monday. We have jobless claims coming out Thursday, but there's no news today.
There's basically like no news the rest of the week, honestly, besides jobless claims.
Yeah.
And I think like what is it? It's like some manufacturing on Thursday, I think. But
Let me check. I got it pulled up.
other than that, I know one of the days we have some sort of thing at like 10 o'clock or some shit, 9:45, 10 o'clock.
Damn. What? He would have been killing this shit since up there. This motherfucker dead now. Excuse my language, guys.
Yeah, no, dude, listen, I'm probably the worst in terms of language. What you talking about? Unless you're talking about your YouTube chat.
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't care about cursing on the YouTube. It's not for kids, so I'm pretty good there.
Yeah, I like every other. I mean, it's just part of what. That's why old Coot had a problem with me. So I would just curse all the time. But dude, it's who I am, bro. When I win in the trade, I say fuck yeah. I do all that, bro. I don't. Yeah, this is not a. There's a reason why you gotta be 18 years and older to trade.
Yeah.
A grown man's game, bro. This ain't for the fucking diarrhea wimpy kid. This ain't no Captain Underpants shit.
That was solid. How long did we consolidate there for, bro? Like an hour? 1, 2, 3.
About 30 minutes. Oh, an hour, yeah. An hour.
Yeah, man. That's why I keep the one thing I'm coming back to is don't time the trade. And then you just have to let them break structure to get out. Because those entries, my stop would have been on SPY if they got back above 412.90s, and they never even made it up there. But they hit the kill box 5 times to enter. But it took fucking 30 minutes. I mean, an hour for them to finally make the move. So walking away, bro, that shit's been clutch. Look at this dump, bro. We would have hit target twice.
Oh, wow, right on 4,150 right now on EF.
Yup. We would have hit target twice from that entry. Because my entry on EF was somewhere around 4,162. It's only 10 points, right? That's trash. Meanwhile, MNQ went 40 points on that though. 0.88152. Yeah, it's 70, 80 points almost on that on NQ.
Apple's holding relatively well, which is really weird. It's holding well. Now it is still, in the trend.
Yeah, that third
forward, but
strong.
It's trying. It really is trying.
Damn, man. All right, whatever. I'm out. Later, guys. I hope so.
Oh, yeah, you heading out?
Yeah. I mean, I missed the play that I wanted. I fucking been trying to get it for an entire hour. They gave me multiple opportunities to get in, and I guess I was just exhausted of the price action.
Oh, okay, yeah. I feel that.
So I mean, imagine me chasing this trade now. I'm gonna get fucking slammed by an up move. I mean, but the patient game the play would just be for them to kind of catch some buyers down here, go back up to the money zone, and then probably trend again. But I'm getting a 15-minute demand line on SPY at 411. If that thing forms, you know what that play is. A reversal play. So, and I don't want
right.
Let's see. Do I want to take that? Nah. And I'm gonna have to wait for that play to kind of develop. Nice little bounce, pull back again, test that 411.22 zone, and then if they kind of wick off of that, that'll be the entry for a possible reversal back to the upside. But we kind of had the same price action we had on Friday. Nice move to the upside. They reached some friggin' supply, and then we had a major dump on Friday, and then at the end of the day we had that rally. So that might come again.
Yeah, that would be nice, especially for kind of basing. You can kind of rip back up above 412 in the SPY.
Yeah. I keep telling Gio, just trade your colors, bro. If your colors are red, just fucking short the market. Let's just go with the colors. And he'll kill it. today over here, that's all I had to do is just basically go with the Bears. And the setup was nice too, because the 5 minute was giving us a supply zone at 412, 413 that they couldn't break out of. I don't know what the hell made me kind of lose track of that, but you know, it is what it is. Just glad I got on the right side at around after the evidence came in at 10:30 that the Bears were really here. Solid.
Oh yeah, that flushed hard after 10:30.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Stay patient, Evan. I'm sure you probably green nice on the day already, right?
I'm sorry, what's that?
I was just saying, like, I'm sure you're probably green on the day already.
Oh yeah, not much. I just had a starter, so I'm only up like 22 cents, but yeah, green is green, right?
Yeah. The play. You know, as long as your mentality and you know why you're taking the play, the plan is solid, and it kind of comes in every day, bro. You're gonna kill this market, because you're just gonna execute that play.
Right. Just become like systematic with it.
Yeah, there's no other way to be. I hope someone on my YouTube channel made money on that fucking down move though, because I think like when Vega was saying, like, to be able to call out a play before it happens, that's key, bro, because nobody knows what's gonna happen, and yeah, you could be wrong, but to give a general idea of like, yo, I'm thinking about entering in this zone, and then it freaking moves away from that zone like this, and it, if you have like a 70% kind of like call out rate, bro, like there's value in that, and for me it's systemic. Like, once all three of these time frames were red, I don't give a damn what kind of bull run you give me. I am entering at that zone.
Right. That's a good mindset to have for sure.
Yeah.
Just to create your plan. Yeah.
It helps. But like I said, it's kind of great that like I don't even need to be here for anyone on YouTube to execute that. Oh, all three time frames are red. I know where to go in. Like you just kind of take the trade, and I think with decent stops, as long as they make structure, bro, they're gonna pretty much make lower highs, and you catch as much as you can from the trend to the downside, until that 15 minute gives you that, like, okay, bulls could really shake things up now. Yeah, systemic, bro. Keep doing your thing.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just looking at Apple right now. It's kind of basing out, but
Yeah, I'm looking at Apple too. I'm not gonna lie. The way that it's kind of holding that level, but I think that it's gonna flush under it. I think we're gonna get one flush under it, juke everyone out, and then ramp. And if I'm wrong, I'll just wait for the higher low. And I'm sure if we get another pop, it's not gonna fucking go to the moon without giving a retest,
That does look good, guys. That's the one thing that held. It didn't friggin' make lower lows.
Exactly. But I do think that, I don't think it's gonna, because the low is, let's draw a line here. The low is like, let's just give it 164.10, right? Let's just give it that. I mean, it's a little lower, but let's just give it that because that's kind of where it started. It's touched a few times. So I think that we might lose 30s, maybe get to like 25, and then right back over 30s. And because all we really need is one more flush on the SPY, and that's gonna happen. So I'd rather just wait. And if it goes up without me, then fine, whatever. I don't care. I'll just wait for a higher low if that's the case. But I just think that it's gonna lose 30s. I think that there's a good chance it'll lose 30s. And I don't want to get into 30s thinking that it's gonna lose 30s, because then it's like you're gonna start the trade off red. Why would I want to do that?
Right.
Yeah, some YOLO shit.
That's like, all right, bro, let me get in a trade and I know the trade's gonna start off red. Why? Why would I do that? I want my trade to start off green immediately.
Oh, is this gonna be the flush we get?
Could be, who knows? All I know is that I have a plan, and that's my plan. That's all you can do in any market, right? Just have a plan, a thesis, and
Execute.
try to play your thesis out. That's it. That's all you can do. And then at that point, I mean, no matter what, right? You're always kind of at the market's mercy because everything is, you know, at the end, it's all random. You just have to choose where you want to get in at. As trading in the zone, let's say, right? Everything's random. Patterns are randoms. Patterns are random because you can have somebody. You can have somebody who sees the pattern and has like 3 million shares and just flushes it. Like, let's say it's an ABCD pattern, right? When it gets to the C part, they could just be like, yo, you know what? I'm releasing 3 million shares and then just take it. Like, you only need one person.
Right.
You know, and I think Trading in the Zone says that, or if it's not Trading in the Zones, it's Market Wizards. Market Wizards says that. One of those books says it. I've read both of them.
We go. So I think it's getting a little heavy right now on the SPY. Oh.
15-minute, bro. That thing could. I want to see if they kind of hold that level though. It's just heavy right now. Bears are fucking things up. Selling pressure's at 5 million on this 1 hour candle versus 200 and something thousand buyers.
Dude, the way that Apple is on the edge, bro. It is on the edge right now. Like literally, it just feels like if the SPY loses another.
Yup.
If the SPY flushes down, bro, Apple is really on the edge here. It really is.
Oh, there's some volume right there.
No, there is, but
you know, I definitely agree. Yeah.
yeah,
We'll see.
it is on.
Hey, my love.
Hi, Liz. How are you?
I'm chilling, about to get off the charts.
Yeah, right.
I'm telling you, I was just telling
just basically doing what the higher time frame needed it to do.
Wait, LMD, I had my chat on.
Getting a bad trades all the time. doing
LMD,
that.
real quick, I had my chat on mute. I definitely want them to hear that explanation. So, like, you were talking about time frames and how looking at a different time frames could keep you in a trade longer. Could you just explain that again?
Yeah. So you said looking at the lower time frame showed a picture that it was going to go back down, but a lot of times if you look at those higher time frames, you'll see a totally different picture.
Mm-hmm.
And I know for me, and I have a bad habit of doing it, and they call it like trading in a tunnel, like getting tunnel vision, just focusing on that one chart, that one time frame. And if you're looking at the 2 minute on the pullback, thinking it's going to go lower, all you have to do is look at I won't even say the 5, let's say the 15 minute or the 30 minute, and it could be clearly in an uptrend. And that lower time frame is just giving a pullback for that higher time frame to go higher. So I know that's what used to always get me in a trap.
Yeah, this thing
This
is.
guy with another rip up.
Is blowing, bro. So instead of exiting the position because of the smaller time frames condition, what do you say to those traders who feel as if they allow themselves to wait for the bigger time frame to kind of show them validation, and when that validation comes and they're wrong, they feel like they lost more?
Trying to understand. So you're saying don't get in on the lower time frame, wait for the higher time frame, get in, and then the trade doesn't work?
Well, no, we're talking about a condition where you're in and you're thinking about exiting because the smaller time frame is telling you like, okay, maybe I need to exit this trade. But the bigger time frame is saying, yo, relax. We're not even making lower lows. We're still, the market is still kind of doing what the market does. But if I wait for a bigger time frame's confirmation, that means that I either A, lose more on a trade, or B, lose the profit on a trade when I could have taken in execution based on a lower time frame.
Yeah, but I think it all starts prior to you getting in the trade, though. So let's say that you got in the trade off the lower time frame,
Mm-hmm.
with your stop being based off that lower time frame, then it's almost like you have to just take that stop. Because, so let's say that you got in and let's say the stop was 101.50 on like a lower time frame. But you look over at the 15 minute and you see a clean pattern, but your stop would have been lower than that. So basically, on the lower time frame, you're gonna stop out. But was it really a good stop out when you look at the higher time frame? Yep. Was it really a good stop out? You know what I mean? So like on the 15 minute, the actual stop might have been at $1.
Mm-hmm.
But because you got in the trade off of the lower time frame, you have to take that stop. Because otherwise, like you said, it could come back down close to $1 and then keep going higher, or it could just fail and stop you out, and then you're going to lose more than what you should have been risking.
Right.
But that's why it's always important to look at all of the time frames. And I'm guilty of it all the time. I'll get in a trade, and then I'm in the trade, and as soon as I get in the trade, I look at the 15, and I'm like, that was stupid. Because the 15-minute picture just gave me exactly what I wanted to see. So I'm always guilty of that. But what Live Traders always says is use that higher time frame for your bias, and then look for the entry on the lower time frame.
Yeah, I think time
I
frame.
never will look for that bias on that higher time frame. I just get in off the lower time frame.
I think time frame trading is it's kind of like, it helps in this way. If you get away from feeling as if you need it to work when you want it to work, you will win. But if you look at a lower time frame and you start to kind of micromanage the trade and say to yourself like, oh, I need this shit to work right now, it's the market doesn't move on your need or your wants. It's going to do what it does. The best thing that you can do as a trader is pick levels. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but some people, their system don't work on levels. So some like let's say live traders, like they'll use a candle.
They what? They what?
I think I have two of them. Yeah, they'll use like a candle, like the wick of a candle is their stop.
It's still a level though.
Again, I think
If you really think about that, like that's still a level. The wick is created because of a psychological condition, right? Meaning that there were enough buyers that wick the candle up or down. And if they decided that wick, the buyers at that level was going to defend, then they're getting into the trade. And that wick is a stop, no problem. But that becomes a level,
Yeah.
right? Like
Yeah.
that becomes a level.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think that like whatever, I mean, levels is, I don't want to use that terminology as like a definitive, your level could be whatever. Your level could be based on a trend line. Your level could be based off of a wick. Your level could be based off of a candle color,
That's
in
why
my
I just
case.
say basically your stop can be based off of those
Anything,
things.
right? Like exactly. But you have to
Because
respect it. I think we all come back to respect that play, respect that stop. And if it stops out, it's you know what I was thinking about this week. I was like, why was I a little bit afraid of getting stopped out before, right? And ultimately it came down to not having the edge that was right, because a stop should never be stopped out if your edge is right. If a low,
No,
say again.
not all the time. I said not all, because see, sometimes it'll be a good trade, and you're gonna get stopped out.
Well, let me say this before you say that. If a lower low on a bullish play is met, you should get stopped out. Definitively, just my perspective. However, today is a great example of a lower low being met and then the trade making higher highs. So like today on SPY, we broke the lower low. You should be stopped out. That was the wick stop. That was the stop hunt. But we also talked about getting back in the trade if they look like, oh shit, they just went for a stop hunt. It's a tactic of market makers to go ahead and push the market into an area where most people are willing to stop out, because that's where they need the orders to be filled for whatever, major orders. So like today,
How do you combat that though?
you got to get in. You got to, like the same way Vega took that trade back in.
But you say that you got them stop hunting.
Yeah, you got stop hunted, and it's
so you put your stop somewhere and they stop hunt and they stop you out. My question is, how do you get around that?
So two. There's two answers to that. If you decided to hold your coins until they kind of bounced from that long condition where they made a lower low, you're out of your fucking mind. Because if they keep going down, you're gonna lose more than you lost control of the trade. You're going.
Yeah, but see, for me, there's one answer, and my answer is, don't put your stop where everybody else is putting their stop at. So if you know that where you putting your stop at is where, let's say 80% of everybody else is putting their stop at, why not put your stop a couple of pennies below it?
That's a tactic.
It'll mess with your risk to reward some. It's gonna mess with your risk to reward a little bit, but then it gets around the stop hunt. Because if they come down there and tap you in, then you just weren't right on the trade at that point.
I think that's a great tactic.
But you gave yourself that extra wiggle room to not be worried about whether they stop hunting.
Yeah, look, I think that's a great tactic, But I think it's subjective. There's no definitive answer to that. There's no like, okay, well, put it 10 cents below the stop. There's no put it 20 cents. Because in this case, they can go 10, 5, 20, 15, 30, 40 cents below the stop.
You weren't right on the trade then.
Well, you were right. They just stop hunted. They went below the previous swing low. That's the bottom line here, right? Like the bottom line is below the previous swing low was X. And they went 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 cents below X. You don't know what that swing low could have been. You don't know that. That's I think we can agree that we don't know how far down they're gonna go. In this case, they went the stop loss should have been 411.21 on SPY. They went to 411.09. So they went about 10 to 11 points, 11 cents below the stop loss. But that's not that's subjective. They could go 30 cents, 40 cents, and then all of a sudden have a major spike back up. That I think we
but
all.
normally they're gonna be stop hunting. They're just gonna be, they gonna hit you on the number, or they gonna drop maybe 2 to 5 cents. Usually, if like say like the algos are stop hunting, they're not gonna stop hunt down like 20 or 30 cents. They're gonna just, you'll get that quick whip that'll pop down, grab those people that had their money sitting right there, and usually they're gonna keep ripping. So that was my thing with it. Like usually, so like let's say, again, I'm basing it off of live traders. The live traders, let's say that the wick of a candle is 23.32. That's where they'll put their stop at. 23.32 with the entry at the high of the candle. So what I'll do, instead of going 23.32, I'll put my stop at say like 23.30. Give it those extra 2 cents, because if they're going to try to wick you out, normally it's going to just be like a quick pop down. And I understand what you're saying, because you're using the actual pivot on the chart as your stop.
Yeah.
But my thing is, if it breaks that level, then I'm gonna look at it like I wasn't right on the trade at that time. And again, if it was a good trade, I'll get back in when it come back up to where I got in at the first time.
Right.
If the thought was right. But if I look at other charts and I'm like, well, yeah, I see, because that's why I used to always tell Kevin, who used to be in the chat, like if a trade don't work, go back and look for reasons why it didn't work. Don't try to make the reason that you got in the trade, like don't try to justify it. Try to find reasons why it didn't work. So in the future, you'll know to look for those reasons why it didn't work, as opposed to trying to justify why you got in the trade, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean,
So
I
like,
think.
let's say I take a 3-bar play and it doesn't work. And then I just say, well, it was a 3-bar play. It should have worked. And I leave it at that. That's not going to help me for the next one, because I'll look at it again and say, well, yeah, that was a 3-bar play. It should have worked. What I'll do is I'll go back and look for reasons why it didn't work. So maybe there was an area of resistance right above it that I didn't catch. Or maybe it wasn't like the igniting move. Maybe that first candle wasn't the start of the move. So I just try to find reasons why it didn't work, and then I'll know next time. So like in that situation, if it came down and I had my stop at below the pivot, and it comes down and it tags me, and then 15 minutes later it may come back up and start going, I'm gonna be looking at that trade, the first trade, trying to figure out, okay, why didn't this work the first time? What about this trade that I could have seen and said, okay, that's why it didn't work. So that's my biggest thing. I always want
Wait,
to know.
I mean, explain that a little bit more. Like, what do you mean? You try to look at the trade and see why it didn't work. Like, because I think if you can take a look at SPY, for example, today, and this is what's awesome about being able to like have a live interview, but like ever since 11:30, SPY really just consolidated sideways until just now, 2 o'clock, where it broke the lows, and then it went on a friggin' up spree, right? What during that time tells you that it didn't work?
What you mean that it didn't work? What would the trade have been?
I mean, it depends on what you would have what I mean, obviously the trade to the upside or downside was capable in this trade, but ultimately the upside trade worked in SPY ever since
Okay,
the.
I'm driving right now.
Okay, all right.
I pulled it up on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna post a screenshot, and then I'll see.
Yeah, so SPY is literally back at 413, guys. The level that we were trying to break all day today. I took a trade to the upside at 10 o'clock trying to break that level. I ended up getting stopped out for a decent loss, like it was $25. We ended up coming all the way down to 411. 411 seemed to hell. We ended up getting a 15-minute demand line that was strong, but they came back down for a test of that line, 411 like 20, broke it, and then all of a sudden we have this upward moves. Right now I'm talking to LMD trying to figure out like what is it about this trade that we can like what price action we can use to trade better, because they broke lows. Everyone should have stopped out when they broke lows, but somehow.
So what time did you get in the trade? About what time?
So we actually took up trades at 11:45 ish, and we ended up getting out for a profit at that 11:45 up move. They ended up coming back down again to retest the lows. I didn't get in again. I went to the store. I believe Vega got in again for this potential up move. So like again, like this whole thing depends on where you got in and why you got in, etc. But I took the first up move for the breakout of 413 at like 10:10. That move paid me. However, I let that move stop me out for a negative trade. Then we kept trying to track the up move, the exhaustion move at like the 411 level. We ended up catching that.
So I'm looking at the chart now.
Yeah.
And so you would have got in at, you say you was getting in at 10, around 10?
Depends on which play you're talking about. After 10 o'clock, when I got stopped out for the up move for the breakout of 413, I went short bias. I caught.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So see, looking long, let's say that if I would have took that trade going long at 10, and I would have, let's say I thought that I had took it on a good entry.
Mm-hmm.
If I look to the left, I see those candles to the left. That would have told me, like, yeah, I shouldn't have took that trade. Because if you look at the candles at, like, let's say 8:30, I guess that's around 8:30, like that pivot.
Yeah.
That's resistance until it can break and retest that area. So it needs to break that area and then use that area as support to go higher. So until it does that, you can't really go long. Just like right now, if you look and see from like the screenshot that I just took, if you look, we consolidating just about at that area right now. So it's basically consolidating to try to break that area. But if I took that trade at 10, going long, and it rolled over and it failed on me, first thing I'm gonna do is look to the left, and out to the left is gonna tell me that around 8:30, there was a pivot right there, and that was resistance. You see, you get one candle, like around that 10 o'clock time, where it finally tried to wick over it, and then that's when it finally just rolled and gave up the ghost and failed.
Yeah.
Totally failed. That was that break to try to break it. And it couldn't break it. It retested it and it failed horribly. And then that's when it dropped all the way back down.
Right, to 411.
So that would be the reason why that it didn't work. For me. That would be like, okay, and I wouldn't, basically that's all I'm gonna look at.
Well, let me ask you.
Like, I missed that price level.
Let me ask you this.
That area.
Let me ask you this. Obviously, hindsight is it didn't work. The statement "it didn't work for me" came after hindsight, but we do know that like potentially we do have breakouts of levels that we kind of think that it's going to reject from. Would you say that like you should take the, I think the answer to this for you would be that you would take the trade after a breakout and retest versus my style, which is take what price action is showing you as demand and supply and, you know, kind of like create a stop loss below supply, above supply, below demand. So like for me in that
But
trade,
where would you put your stop at on that entry at 10 o'clock?
oh, perfect. I mean, I actually took this trade, so this was like a really good question. So my stop was on SPY 412.60s, 412 literally 62. Once they broke that, I was out of that trade, and I lost like $25. But I was up a
But I'm
good.
saying, what gave you that number to put your stop at?
So on my end, we just became bullish, right? That white, it's a whole nother complex kind of system for me, but basically we had two bullish 5-minute candles where we bounced from a 412.30 level. We got up to 412.70. I took an entry on a pullback from 412, like 412.95. Once I entered there, my thesis was that we were going to break 413. That's the thesis, right? Like that's the expectation. If we break 412.60s, this thesis is wrong. And thank God I had that thesis because we ended up getting in at around 412.90. We made it up to 413.15 where supply was, and the market just couldn't break. The market started coming back down, stopped me out at like 412.60s, and then went breaking all the way down here. Now, on an option contract, even though we're higher than your entry, over 4 hours went by, your contract is still dead. So you have to kill that trade. And that's the beauty about trading options. Like you have to be willing to kill a trade. But the reason for going long under that was that the market generally on a 5-minute was making higher lows. We looked like we were going to break out the highs, and I took a shot. Just turned out that, yeah, it just turned, and I was green, bro. I was green on that trade for like $30.
Yeah.
But I wasn't taking no $30.
But that was the thing. You said a key word, your expectations.
Yeah.
But so like look over there at, I guess whatever that pivot is around 8:30ish.
Mm-hmm.
What's the
Yeah, I think you cut out.
high of that pivot? Yeah, I had a call come in. But the high of that pivot
Was where we
would have
topped
been
out
my
at.
expectation.
You know,
that
but
would've been my
all right, this is a good question. How do you know we're not going to break out of that pivot?
You don't. But
Right.
You can't.
You got to give it time, right? You got to give it time. And if you fail, you fail. But without giving the market time to break that pivot, I think LMD is every trader's kind of like that. That is a good plan. Waiting to see if we break out of that pivot. Because if we did, my contracts would have went crazy. But since we didn't.
Yeah, but see, my thing is, I probably wouldn't have took the trade because it didn't have enough room. But for me, I'm going to use that pivot as, I need to see it break. Otherwise, I'm taking my stop to break even.
Yeah.
It's
Guys,
almost like a scalp. Because if it doesn't, because you have to look at that area as resistance. It's just not, you can't look at the chart as being a blank chart.
yeah.
So you have to look at that as, the key word is expectation, is you're going to expect it to do something. So I'm expecting this to get rejected because the last time it came to this area, it got rejected. So I'm going to watch it and I'm going to look for it to either reject it and I'm going to go to break even, or it's going to break it like I thought it would and it's just going to rip.
Yeah.
But if it comes up and it taps it and it doesn't break it, my expectation is this is coming back down.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna just take the pain and stop out so that's one thing that Jared over at Live Traders always talks about, like, if you are a 2R all or nothing trader, you have to take it on the chin.
Yeah.
Like, if it comes up and it taps it, and you know you're gonna get stopped out. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You getting stopped out. Like, you just have to. But if your trading plan say that you can move your stop to break even, like I'm moving my stop to break even and not gonna take it on the chin, and then let's say that it tags me and then it rips through it and keeps going, then okay, it is what it is.
Right.
But my expectation was, nah, this is gonna act as resistance, and it did exactly what it was supposed to do. And if you look at it, how many times?
Yeah.
Three more times after that.
Guys, please,
That it
please,
tried to break that area.
please take everything that we just said in the last 5 minutes and rewind as much times as you need to, because that is kind of key and clutch to trading. You always have a plan and the market moves however it wants to move. And if you could just like either A, hold your coins until it invalidates you, or B, hold your coins until you kind of are right, then you win in this market. So like LMD just mentioned that he saw something where this level here at 413, 413.07 was prior resistance. When we came back up here, the market gave us evidence that it could have potentially failed again. It failed already at like 940. We were taking the trade to break out of it. He would have moved his stop to break even just in case the trade didn't work. He's still green on the day if he does that, right? Like, this is a style of trading. I don't think this has anything to do with like you being right, wrong, etc. If you're a trader where you just want to get out of there if you're wrong and you still kind of preserve the account, you move your stop into break even. Me, I'm the type of trader where it's like at this point, and I wasn't always this type of trader, you're gonna have to stop me out when I'm wrong, and I'll take the loss where it's definitely just like 20 something bucks, no problem. Then I'll take that L, and I was wrong. But if I would have been happier with being wrong at break even, where what he was thinking was right. We already saw resistance at this level. The 5 minutes showed us resistance at this level. Historical prices looking to the left showed us resistance at this level. And I think Vega even said, the market shows resistance at this level. That's the one thing where I think sometimes we start to think about like, you know, the market is very random. It is, but you can read the chart to kind of draw a conclusion. And the conclusion was, if we don't break this level, we're gonna get fucking killed. And we got killed. So the market came back down, and it took me out at a loss. It took him out at a break even. And you know, it's just a style of trading that you kind of want to like deal with. But at the end of the day, stopping out is the bottom line here. Stopping out and not dealing with 10 hours, right? Like right now, we've been down here for over 4 hours before getting back into break even right now. Is that worth it? No. Take your L, get back in down here when you see another setup, and get this up move. That's, I think, the key. So yeah, no, LMD, great observation there. Noticing that 413.0, you know, 413.0, 413.20s, 413.010 or 413.10 was definitely a key area to like kind of like look into for a possible rejection. And if you just had the willingness to get out before they went too far down, that was what made you a good trader today, right? Like taking that L in the chin, regardless of your plan. And I think the two plans that stick is breaking even or stopping out at a decent level as they swung all the way down here. And look, today you would have been right, but it took 4 hours before you were right. Is that worth it? I don't think it is as a day trader. Right? I think that's what we're basically saying here, LMD. To be right 4 hours later is not worth it. Because on options, you're not going to make any money. I can guarantee you any contract you looked at this morning is not profitable right now. But if you took a contract down there where I think we all were looking at a possible bounce down there. I think Marksman, Vega, I don't know if LMD necessarily was looking at a bounce. He was kind of late to the market, but like we were all looking at bounces down there, and turns out we were right for whatever reason. Like we saw a basing out. For me, it's just the 15-minute demand line, you know. And look at this, we done went up 2 points on SPY, on NQ, and on ES is probably bigger, but trading in the moment is kind of what I'm trying to establish for people. And yeah, looking at that level to the left for LMD showed that we could have potentially knocked. We did knock, and we came down. And bottom line is, you had to stop out. That's the key. Stop the hell out of your trades, man. What do you think, LMD? I think he might be on a call right now. Yeah. He's mute.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was coming back up to my office. But yeah, just overall though, like we've discussed this, how they sell the market off in the morning, and then in the afternoon they ramp it right back up. Because if you look, it's sold off right around to 11:30, triple bottom, and then right at 2 o'clock.
Shit ran up.
Right at 2 o'clock.
Yo, I said this call. I made this call. If anyone ever remembers anything, remember this: the SPY moves the same way every day. It ran up. It showed you its hands last week where it dumped after a massive move to the upside. It dumped. Then somehow in the middle of the day, it fucking has an amazing move back up. It did that Friday. It did that today. If you get anything out of our trading, I wouldn't necessarily put, the house on the line on this type of like philosophy. But there's something going on with SPY where it does the same thing every day. And that might be, as long as you can get that rhythm, you can make a lot of money. But I don't trade based on rhythm. I just trade based on statistics. And the stats for me today was that the 15-minute gave us a 411.45 level to defend. It made a lower low, making you think that it was going to go lower. But we all talked about this today. Getting back in the trade when it looks like it's working. Timing is something that we can't get right. But when you see it happening, you got to just be willing to get back in the trade and risk what you're willing to risk. And today you would have made all the money back that you lost on this possible reversal trade. So I think that's kind of key. Jesus, I mean, like, look at this trade, bro. Like, we're back up to highs.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
It's market, bro. It's like no rhyme or reason to it.
Yeah, you can't be a day trader with 100% expectations. I think you have to be a day trader with targets. And if you hit, I don't care what target you had on this upside move, I think you should have hit it. No 2-to-1 trade didn't get hit just now on that up move. Pigs get slaughtered. Right, LMD? Like, there's no 2-to-1 trade that didn't get hit on this upside move. Only pigs got slaughtered if you're still on it. If you're still in this trade expecting a breakout of highs, then...
But see, let me look at it again. Let me see what chart I got pulled up. So like on this right here, I got a 2-minute chart pulled up. Depending on where you got in, you could 2-minute bar by bar this thing. So let's say that you got in at... Yeah,
you could.
At 2:30. Let's say you got in at 2:30. You wouldn't stop out of this thing 2-minute bar by bar until...
Probably now.
Let's call it 3:05. 3:05, you would have stopped out. That's where you finally get a candle that dropped below the low of the previous candle. So if you were taking a 2-to-1 trade, why not take a piece off and move your stop to break even, or not move your stop to break even, but move your stop to 2 minute bar by bar.
Yeah.
Or you can, let's say you put, so what I'll do, if this comes up to my target, I'll move my target up a little bit and then wait on the next candle to close, and then I'll put my stop below that next candle. And then basically 2 minute bar by bar out. So if it comes back down and tags me, I might make a little less than 2R. But if this is in this trend like it's in right now, like I said, you would have been in at like 205 or so. Or actually, no, more like 230. Call it, yeah, 230. And it never sets, like the next candle never breaks the low of the previous candle until you get over to 310.
That's
And
crazy.
you probably easily would have been well over. Yeah, because this is a perfect one. If you look at, and this is probably gonna line up with a key area. If you look at the 2 minute chart at 230, if you get in at 230 when it's breaking 411.70, and you put your stop below that breakout point, which is, call it 411.45. So what you're giving that a 25-cent stop?
Mm-hmm.
You're not stopping out until 413. So you done made, how many, what did I say, 411.70. So you're in at 411.70. You stopping out at 413 just to make it a round number. That's $1.30 on like a 25-cent stop. You done made 5 to 1.
Jesus Christ.
Just trail stopping at 2 minute bar by bar.
Any day I make
That's
a
why I'm
5 to 1,
saying.
I'm lit.
Yeah, so see, that's why I say I wouldn't just get out at the 2 to 1. Because of course you can, but you can trail stop it and you done made, or even let's say you got out at half of your position at 2 to 1, and then you let the other half go 2 minute bar by bar. You still gonna probably make 3.5 bars, something like that.
Yeah, I think you have to definitely take as much out at target as you possibly can, because like you don't ever want a good trade where you were patient enough to wait for the entire move. Like I was telling these guys, I was in on NQ, bro, and I was like, oh, it looks like we're coming back from my target. I was literally like 4 points away from target. They pulled back like 15 points, and then 10 minutes later, they're back up at like, 2 points away shy from target. And I'm like, well, see, this is why I hate trading the way I used to trade, where, and maybe I'm still in the transitionary phase, right? Where I'm not leaving until they hit fucking target.
Yeah, but you don't want to also get into the habit of
losing
your
everything.
Target.
Yeah.
You don't want to view it black and white where
Yeah.
it's like you only get out at your target.
I'm not gonna
because
lie, I feel bad.
that trade could have easily, think about it. You were 4 points from your target, and then it went 15 points against you.
Right?
So you're not trying to. There's no point fighting for pennies. Like, let's say if I was to, for instance, when I took my Apple trade, I call VWAP. VWAP is at 164.65, and I got out at 55 and 54. I'm not gonna sit here making 30 cents on my move, right? And then fight for an additional 5 cents.
Yeah.
Does not make any sense to me.
Guys,
now,
that's jewels.
if it would have ramped, then yeah, I get my full target, past it, which obviously it did. It's now testing green, but you have to, because it's not black and white like that. And in my opinion, if I'm a couple cents off, or in NQ's case, because 4 points is like a couple cents off, based on how it trades, it does not make sense for me not to take off. Like, let's say you were in 2 or 3 contracts. It does not make sense to be in full size when it's only $4 away.
Right.
It doesn't.
Right.
You can't. To me, you can never make that make sense. And the reason why is because you're now battling a position that you're up on, and you're fighting for chump change. You caught the meat of the move.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. I 100% agree with that, because I've seen statistically, you would lose everything trying to make fucking 4 points. Like, it doesn't make sense. Just take what you can, or at least, right? Like, I think the bottom line for that answer is take off 90% of your position and let the runner see what you can get, right? Because if you hold full size just because you didn't hit target, like, and you're 4 cents away, if they go back down, bro, and they never go back up, that's it starts to fuck with your ego, you know? Like, it's definitely gonna affect you. We've gotten down to the point where we understand why we're taking the trade. We got 50 and 60% of the trade done. And just because you didn't get, like, I don't know, or rather 90% of the trade is at target. Just because you didn't get 10%, you're gonna let them go back down to 20%. I mean, trading is hard enough as it is, right? Like, take what you can at that point, and then, you know, leave the runner for the possibility. I think that makes a lot more sense to me. So I agree with Vega. I don't think you should lose them, because, like, you don't know if they're gonna go back up, unless you're on some real derelict shit and you're like, you know what, I'm either gonna get target or I'm gonna stop out at whatever, at a loss. And maybe that'll work for you. But statistically speaking, from what I've seen in hindsight, you probably might be better off just taking the 90% as opposed to 100% on that play. So I gotta agree with that. Maybe we could look at data to determine whether or not that's true or not. But, like, right now, in hindsight, in what I've seen, I would have to agree with that.
It doesn't make sense. It honestly, I think it's counterintuitive. As much as people like to hold for their
Target.
you know, target or whatever the case is, just take the meat of your target. Like, and what I mean by that is, obviously, if let's say for instance, you know, in small cap land, all cents matter. So let's say small cap, you know, you're looking for a 20-cent move, right? You don't get out at 6 cents, right? Because, you know, you still have, you know, I mean, more than a half to go, right? Like, you have a little more than a half to go. So, in my opinion, like, let's say we were talking small cap, just to break it down simply, if something moves, let's say you have a target at, let's say you're trading something and it's $1.10, right? And you long it and you want it to go to $1.30, and you're taking size on it. Mind you, you could take a lot of size on something that's $1.10 or 10 cents. So are you gonna sit there and really wait for the $1.30 when you can close out of your position at $1.27, 26, 25? And it works the same. It works the same as it does in ES, works the same as Apple, Nvidia, Tesla. The only difference with it is how the actual overall stock moves.
Yeah.
Now, what that means is, like, the bid and the ask, right? Like, there's why I like trading Apple is because the bid and the ask is 1 cent apart. If you look at Tesla, it's gonna be maybe 4 or 5 cents. Same with Microsoft and Nvidia, whatever the case would be. So you take that all into consideration, and how the stock moves. But if you have a area that you're looking at for your target, I think as it gears up to your target, you should be, releasing some of those shares off. Like, let's say, I mean, percentage-wise, how much is, like, if something went, like, from $1.10 to $1.27, and you're trying to get to $1.30, I mean, that's 3 cents off.
Right.
You know, you're getting 97% of the position, essentially.
Yeah, you're bugging. You're being on some, like, meticulous precision shit, like, when the market never is that precise.
But that's the problem, right? That's what a lot of people run into. They And that's the problem with your kind of style as well, where you're trying to go for this target. Do not let a trade, you did get lucky. I'm not gonna cap. You did sort of get lucky on this trade that it kind of, it dipped, and then you got lucky because that 13,100 level is holding and it held well.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't want to get into the habit of just saying that it needs to get to this target. If it gets close to the target, and by I mean close, $4 means nothing for that meat of the move that you took. You should be taking pieces off because you don't want to be 4 points away and then 15 points down and you didn't take nothing off.
Yeah, you start to feel crazy.
Yeah, like that's not a situation you want to be with, and that's why I find myself in a lot of the trades and we were talking about it earlier, where like I try to hold on to this runner, and the runner goes against me. And it's like, why do I do that? And I've done that several times. For instance, I am regretting that right now, considering I was in at Apple at 164.27. It's now at 165.27, a full point, right? But knowing me, if I would have held on to that runner, 100%, the market would know I'm in the trade and come right back down and stop me out for flat on that last percentage of whatever I had. So it's like I'm in a constant battle where I'm trying to let a winner run, and then I'm trying to just cover my whole piece and just catch that move, because it's super complicated when I'm in a trade and I know that I'm right on the trade and I should let this winner run, but it comes right back and tags me for flat on the last like 25% of my position, because that's usually what I leave on. I leave anywhere from 15 to 25% of my position. No matter what size I take. So if I take 750 shares, 25% or 15% is always left on. If I take 25 shares, like if I have a starter, and somehow it tags me or whatever, I'm keeping 25% of whatever 25 shares is. So, and that's how I break down my trading, across the board. But it's really annoying when that happens, and that happened twice to me today. Yeah, it happened twice to me today, where I try to let a runner move and it comes back and stops me out. I try to let a runner move and it does it again. And the one time I don't, it ramps up. And it's like, okay, well, what am I gonna do? So even I have things that I'm working on, and I have to find a way to try to, let runners run, but that's something I have a problem with. So as of right now, my main goal is just catching whatever meat of the move I originally thought was going to happen, and then let the trade do. Because, they always say let winners run, but in this market, bro, letting winners run is not easy. It's almost like taking on a whole different trade.
100%. That's real.
And I think it all comes down to, just like there's different strategies in trading, there's different styles of managing the trade, because for one person, I always say like two are all or nothing can be successful. So like staying in it to get target, I like Spark is saying, like for some people that's their trade management, that's written in their trade program or in their trading plan, to where if they don't stay in it to target, they're breaking their trade plan. So,
but that's a dangerous game to play.
No, not necessarily, because if their trading plan is a winning trading plan, who's to say that it's risky? If their trading plan is, let's say that they're 60-40, and that's their trading plan, they're 60-40 on it. Why is it risky for them to not to sit in it to hit target, or not to sit in it and get stopped out full? Because it goes both ways. So you have to sit in it till you hit target, or you have to sit in it until you stop out full.
The reason why it's risky,
their trading plan.
The reason why it's risky is because of the market conditions that we're in. We're not in a market where we move one way throughout a day. We're in a market where we are kangarooing around key levels, and we'll dip under, exhaust people out, dip over, exhaust people out. So whether short or long, people are getting exhausted.
But
easy.
The thing is, their trading plan is not going to be getting in, and I'm about to probably lose you. Hold on.
Hello?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, but I'm saying, so with under that same thing though, so they're trading.
Did we just lose him?
Yeah, we did.
Fuck. This conversation was clutch.
Well, this is going back to like live traders strategy. So their trading plan may say that they can't even get in the trade unless they see 1.5 R in the trade.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I say it all goes to more than just the trade management side of it. Once they end the trade, it goes to even their entry, because their entry is going to be different than how you look at an entry.
My concern is not the entry, nor is it the target. My concern is fighting for an additional 4 or 5 cents. That is the concern. Let's say for instance, you know, a 2-to-1 trade is a 50%, right? Like, or a 50-cent gainer. So you're risking 25 cents to make 50 cents. That's 2-to-1, simple math. So I'm not gonna sit here at 47 cents not taking a piece off of my trade. It does
But that's
not.
your trading plan. That's your strategy.
But
That's
you're
your trading plan.
You're
but you can't
fighting
judge
for
somebody
3
else
cents.
because their trading plan tells them that they have to sit in there
Dude,
the whole way.
bro, having that thought process where you keep kind of trading black and white like that is gonna lead to a lot of times. And Sparks experienced it today. He had a trading plan, and his trading plan was 13,110, I believe, is what he was looking at, and it literally was $4 away from his target, and it went down like 15 points or something like that, and then it came back up to his target. Who's to say that doesn't come down and we lose 13,100? That's what I mean by Spark it's not necessarily luck, because we talked about that key level all morning, or at least I did. 13,100 on the NQs was very important, but he's lucky that level was there, because if that level was not there to support his thesis, that shit is tanking out. That is gonna, and he was sitting there waiting for 4 points when he had the meat of the move. That's my argument. My argument about it, or my debate about it, to counteract it, is you do not want to sit there and not take off at least a piece of your position, you know, while you're just 4 cents or even, you know, $4 away, depending on what you, because, you know, the NQ trades dollars like cents, right? So that's why I got to keep reverting back to cents and dollars, because things trade differently. Penny stocks obviously move by the cents, NQs move by the dollar. So but that's my thing. You don't want to get into where trading is black and white, and you know there's just this target and that. Just take the meat of the move and call it. You don't have to. A great trade is not just a great trade based on the RR. A great trade is based on how you did manage that position, right? You don't want to be, you know, in a trade where it's 4 points away and then it slides down 15 points and then it goes back up, you know, to then tag you, because then it looks weird. It looks kind of ugly. While you're trading your plan, it's kind of dangerous, at least not to take a piece of the move off, you know, in my opinion, because that's.
But again, it all comes back to the plan, though.
Yes, it comes back to the plan.
That's why I said, based on certain strategies, that is the plan.
Let me bring
Does that make it right or wrong? No. It's just like how you trade. It doesn't make it right or wrong, because that's your plan.
Let me bring some perspective to this conversation.
So for somebody else's plan, does it make it right or wrong? No, because that's their plan.
I think you're right.
How you run your house is going to be different than how I run my house, but does it make it right or wrong? No, it makes it right based on how I want to run my house.
So when it comes to trading,
I can't come into your house and tell you how to run your house, because that's your house. That's the way that you run your house.
Yeah, Vega, bottom line, I think what we're all kind of saying is that, like, it's a style of trading that ends up being the winner here, right? Like, you can either say, listen, I'm either 2R or I'm freaking losing on this trade. And you have to be willing to be okay with that style. In this trade,
the key is having a plan.
Yeah, we had the plan. The plan was right. In this trade specifically, Bro, you're right. Vega is right. I would have made 400 to 300 bucks, and they came all the way down on that down move. They broke lower lows, so I would have lost the 2R. I would have had to have the balls to get back in the trade just to make the same amount of money or more than I lost before. So this is a straight up style of trading. I didn't take what Vega is saying is, yo, bro, you're like 4 points away from your target. Just take the fucking profit. And if you could, just get back in when you see the opportunity, meet the condition again.
It does not make sense to sit there and fight for 3 or 4 cents.
I would argue this, right? So the other person would say, I'm tired.
You're fighting for pennies.
I hear you. Trust me. I 100% hear you. And I think my scalping trading style would say, I'm fucking taking that profit. But there is something that the data is showing, just from my experience, where it makes more sense to let them go take you out and be willing to get back in. Because if you got out just because you thought that target was going to fail and they went back, let's just say 10 points, but didn't necessarily make a lower low and then shot up 100 points, the condition that you're building is getting out because you see the profit right before target. And if you build that habit,
what you're doing is you're being proactive.
I'm not arguing against that.
Spark, here's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm gonna say in regards to this.
Mm-hmm.
It's how much did that $4 contribute to your gains?
Big time,
To your
dogs.
P&L?
Big time, because I was in size.
It did?
Yeah, I was in size. I was in like 9 MNQ contracts. So like, it had to work for me to make an extra $300-400 bucks. If I took what I wanted to at the time, it was like 240. I ended up getting out like 400, 500 bucks. But that's all because of size situation, right? So that's another variable to the whole conversation. But I think you're still right. It doesn't fucking make a difference because you lost it all if you let them go back down. They made a lower low, bro. I would have lost everything on 9 contracts.
I think that a lot of people, if they trade the 2R or nothing, they're gonna fail. They're gonna 100% fail.
Yeah, there's an argument there.
They're gonna go for this 2R move. They're gonna play for these 2R, 3R, 4R moves, and they're gonna realize really quick that it's one of the stupidest things to do to sit there and fight
profit
over pennies.
No, I definitely.
Somebody that trades that way that makes money. So I disagree with you because again, it's not based on the trade management. It's based on the trade strategy. So, like I said, for where you getting in on a trade, 2R may not work. But for somebody who bases their strategy, their trading plan, so their entry, they're not going to get in the trade unless it has a certain amount in the trade.
Of course.
So
no one's gonna trade a trade that's moving 20 cents.
I mean, how do you guys? This is a question that's kind of different. How do you guys know that?
If you look at the way that Live Traders structure is set up, like they're not going to get in a trade if it only has a half R in it built in it to begin with. So their trade is not going to go. They're not getting in unless it usually has at least 2R. And like for let's say Jared, like with him, if the trade goes 1.5R, he usually moving his stop to break even. And he gets out before it goes to 2R sometimes. So it's not hard and fast. Just like me, I don't let mine go to 2R before I'm trying to get out of it. His thing is, for new traders, don't go in trying to adjust where you getting in and out of. As you build experience, then you can manage your trades that way. But his thing is, for new traders, the best strategy is 2R all or nothing. And for me, looking back at my trades back in the day, I can agree with that. Because I looked at my trades where I was getting out before target, or I was moving my stop to break even, and a lot of the trades that I got out of for break even or for making a little bit of money would have hit target, would have hit 2R target.
It bugs me out,
More
bro.
times than not.
It bugs me the fuck out.
More times than not, I would have hit target, but for my own self, I'm like, nope, I'm gonna get out right here and just go ahead and lock this profit in. And that's why, like in a lot of videos, I would say, like, is being green on a trade actually really good? A lot of times it's not, because had I traded my trading plan, I would have made a whole lot more money than the money that I made. So I was green, and I've made money trading, but how much did I leave on the table by not trading my actual plan, which at the time was 2R all or nothing?
Look,
Is what I'm saying.
What,
I can honestly speak from my own experience
that's what, yeah,
of
that's where I'm saying
knowing,
from.
had I traded 2R all or nothing, I would have made more money over the amount of time that I've been trading.
And I think
And that's
statistically, that's what I'm telling you,
That's
Vega.
fact.
Like the data shows that we're leaving way too much on. If I was fucking leaving pennies on the table, I'll be like, yo, look, man, you're absolutely right. But bro, it's showing that we're leaving thousands of dollars on the table, trying to just extract what we can from the market. And this is why I try to like stress that there is something, and I don't know what it is, but there is something about taking control out of the market. Like, I don't have control of this. I just put the trade in and I know I want 2-to-1. And somehow it always hits fucking target, bro. But it's you, it's me, it's everyone trying to just extract what they can, thinking that, okay, this thing could come back down. And yes, that extra factor that you're talking about is very real. Like, bro, I mean, I was fucking 4 points away from target. They came down 10 to 15 points away from it. I'm like, oh God, dude, you fucking idiot. You should have just took it. But that was the emotional part, right? Because now look at where we're at. We're fucking 30, 50 points away from that target that I was trying to get out at. So there is something in that I think we have to, like, we can't ignore. And for me, it's simple. It's put the trade, go play games. Put the trade, go for a walk. Put the trade, go to the beach. Live your life the way these guys are talking about they're really living their life as, right? Like, these guys will tell you, like, they'll put a trade in and they're at the beach chilling, you know, drinking pina coladas and shit like that. And I'm like, fuck out of here. I gotta watch this trade to make sure that they don't come back on me. There is no amount of stops that you can put that can prevent the market from moving down X amount of points. And for me, like, yo, if you get stopped out when they come back down, you get stopped out. I would have absolutely gotten stopped out of SPY because they made a lower low at 14, so 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, I would have gotten stopped out. But then that takes that other lesson that we learned, is getting back into the trade when it starts to work again. That's just another lesson. But there's no reason why you should stay in that trade when they made a lower low. Because
I think it's a dangerous game to play. That's all I'm gonna say.
I don't
about this.
disagree, though.
Everyone can trade, you know, everyone can trade their plan, you know, and you can trade however you want, but at the end of the day, when you get a swipe that goes into your favor, and then the following candle is a flush, and then that flush stays heavy, and then you get into another flush after that flush stays heavy, and you have a stop in, and your stops might not be a market stop, let's say it's a limit stop, and then your order doesn't get filled. All right, bro. We'll come back.
I don't disagree. I do not disagree with what you're saying.
And that's the thing, and that's why I always go back to, is based on the trading plan, though. Because see, the way that you get into the trade is going to be a whole lot different than the person that's probably taking a 2-to-1 all or nothing trade.
2-to-1.
I mean,
So
my entries are always good, though.
Whoa, guys, let's take a step back. Let's take a step back.
It has nothing to do with entries, though. It has to do with your trading strategy.
No, not necessarily. LMD, what he's saying on SPY, I don't know about any other name, but on SPY, what he's saying, you would have lost all the gains that you got, guaranteed, because they made a lower low at 2 o'clock. What you're saying,
And again, it's going to go back to, just like how when you said on that SPY trade that you took,
yeah,
I said I wouldn't have took that trade because it don't meet my plan. It don't have enough movement in the trade to begin with. So it always starts with
the plan.
the entry. It always starts with the plan of why you taking the trade.
But what is your answer to what he's saying, which is take the profit and then just reassess? He's not saying that he wouldn't get back in. He's saying don't let the trade go back against you and lose the $400, $500 that you just made just to like break even or lose on the trade. And I think there's some merit to that, bro. Like, I think there is merit.
And for me, that's how I won't let a trade come back against me.
So you would move your stop up to break even also.
If I'm trading stocks is a different beast. And usually in this market, I'm going to counter it by running my stop behind the trade.
Wait. So are you saying that you would are you saying that you would move your stop up to break even just to like capture what at least the play that you were right on at the time?
I'm gonna trail stop it, and I'm gonna get money on the back end.
Okay.
So I'm gonna still try to let the trade work. Like on all of the trades I took today, that's what I did. Once I got in the money, and let's say I was up $75 on a trade, I took my stop to like 60. That's why I was saying today, all of my trades I made about the same. 2 of them I made $60. 1 of them I made 65. That Microsoft trade. But that was because, let's say that my target was that I wanted to make $50 off the trade.
Mm-hmm.
Once the trade got to my target, I moved my target higher, and I moved my stop higher.
Yeah.
And then every time that it would jump, I would move my stop up to capture more money. But that's my trading plan. Again, that's my trading plan. And that's why I always say everybody's trading plan is going to be different. I used to tell Evan that all the time. Like, even if you trade my strategy or you trade Vega's strategy, it's your plan. So your plan is going to be different than how I trade or how Vega trades or how anybody else trades, even if you trade in the exact same strategy, because you're going to have your own nuances in it.
Right.
So, and that's all I'm trying to say is just because somebody does something doesn't mean that it's bullshit and it's going to fail. If they have studied over 1,000 trades or however many trades, and they know that works for their plan.
Right.
Because somebody else could say the same thing based on your strategy. They could say, well, why the hell he getting in right there? I don't see no reason why he getting in. That ain't going to work. But they don't know your strategy.
The thing is,
Again, you listen to the point though, Vega. They don't know your strategy, so they can't comment on how you trade.
Dude, the way that I trade,
because they don't know your strategy.
The way that I trade, it's really simple. There's nothing complex. I don't use any crazy indicators.
I think that way too, bro. But like, I feel what he's saying. Like, they just don't know your strategy. Like, I feel like I be telling people colors.
I can't comment on your strategy if I don't know it.
I be telling people colors, Vega, and people be like, "What colors?"
But if RC's strategy works for him, I can't say shit about it if he's making money. It may be unorthodox all the hell, but if it works for him and he's profitable doing it, all power to you. And that's all I'm saying. Like, I won't ever criticize you because of the way you trade. I won't criticize Spark for the way the Spark trades. If it's working, it's working.
That's the one thing
and that's all I'm saying.
That's the one thing I would say about, like, to close off, for me, joining this group has been a blessing because not only have I learned 4 to 5 different strategies from you guys, but I've become humble in understanding that, like, this code, based on what I've written, is literally just my DNA. But Vega's DNA has, like, poured into this. Marksman DNA has poured into this. LMD, believe it or not, your supply and demand channel has poured into this. And that's all I ever wanted. Like, I just wanted to, like, gather other people's, like, reasons for entering a trade and then coding that into the strategy. So, like, just to give you an example of what that means is, like, bro, you take channels like a boss, right? Like, you take 1 hour channels like a fucking boss. And for me, when I see that 1 hour channel approaching, if I'm in a long and we're at the high of that channel, I'm looking to scale the hell out of that trade no matter what, right? And I'm looking to enter at the bottom, blah, 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 blah. Whichever, vice versa. For Vega, the way that you take basing out trades, bro, it helped me understand that if I see wicks at a base,
I'm fucking entering. No, like I'm not even afraid anymore. I'm taking that trade. So like, I think we can all learn from each other in terms of like how to enter trades, and that's more important than anything else, because like most people are afraid to enter trades. But now risk management is a whole nother level, and I think this conversation here kind of speaks to what risk management could be. You can either go for a 2-to-1, or you can go for taking what you got or what you see on the screen. Vega, it sounds like to you it makes no sense to go back to 0 when you're up nice. And
here's look. If I was to show trades, especially when we're in a trending market, on how my trades plan out. My trades plan out. This is how it goes. Let's say we're in an uptrending market, right? Mm-hmm. And we're ripping up. Well, if I rip up to 2-3 Rs, whatever the case may be, I am taking off as soon as it gets near. I put my entries are in a range, my exits are in a range. Absolutely. Now, if we keep on trending, I will buy the dips that are holding and sell it again. I re-enter trades as trends. I follow the trend. I get rid of my position, take the meat of the move, get rid of my position, take the meat of the move, and that's how I trade. I don't trade in this kind of thing where we set a specific dollar amount, and if it's 2 cents off from my dollar amount, I'm gonna sit there and ride it all the way back to. It makes no sense.
Again, you miss. I say you missing it, but you making it. You said my trade. That's your trade.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I've been saying the whole time. You're the one who's stressing about my plan. I'm not sitting here complaining about anyone's plan. When my thing that I'm saying is simply, what is the difference between?
You said it's crazy.
Because it is crazy. Because what's the difference? What's the difference between 2R and 1.8R?
Their plan tells them that they're supposed to get 2R. That's the only difference.
There's merit there. There's merit.
Is that they 2R.
But here's my thing. All right, let's say we're just gonna throw a hypothetical situation out here. Let's say, for instance, I'm just gonna mark up Apple so people can look up this chart. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, somebody's 2R trade. I'm gonna draw 2 lines, just in case. While yes, they might have a plan. Let's say they have a plan. Let's say somehow they got into this trade. Hypothetically speaking, pulling up a chart. Let's say, they got Apple in where I got in at, which was at 14.26 or 25, right? And let's say, hypothetically speaking, they were trying to get out at 164.95, 94, whatever. Basically, there's where tops that you can draw a line to. Let's say that's it. But if you notice, if you draw another line across, where's the next area of resistance? Someone might ask. Well, the next area of resistance is 164.73. Are you really willing to battle VWAP plus a level that has been hard to get over, right? There's been topping wicks and it's been staying heavy under 164.70s. Now, are you really not going to take some of your position off knowing that's the first area of defense?
Vega, let me just answer real quick before you go, LMD.
They have to be 2R or nothing, then. But again,
LMD, let me
if that move doesn't have enough in there to begin with, then they shouldn't have taken the trade.
Vega, before you.
I mean, theoretically speaking, if you answered where I answered, that was like 4R.
Okay. Vega, before you, like LMD, I totally hear you. Vega, I took off fucking VWAP from my chart.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not a trading plan that I have, and it speaks to what LMD is talking about. If your trading plan does not have that as a factor, then yeah, I guess is right. Like, I don't have any moving averages. I've moved away the 50. Like, everything is off my chart. Like, the colors are going to tell me what I need.
Yeah, but you can't deny the line. You can just draw a line right on Apple. You can't deny the 170. What is it, 5?
I'm guessing you're saying that the way the VWAP played a part today.
No, I added VWAP with it because most traders have VWAP on.
Yeah,
right? You're kind of what people who don't use VWAP are probably in the minority of trading. But my thing is there's 2 sets of kind of a defense, right? So like if you're longing, what is making your long? What is going to be an issue for your trade? That's what you want to establish.
Wait, just
Before
let
you
me
get-
answer this real quick. Are you saying that VWAP played a part in today's trading?
What do you mean?
Like, I think at looks like 11:15, VWAP played a part in today's trading. We rejected it after breaking up.
VWAP was a problem. Whether you look at VWAP or not, honestly, it doesn't really matter because you could draw the levels out. But VWAP was an issue on Apple throughout basically the whole day until we got this
Bull
nice
run.
spike up.
Right, until like 14:25, so that's 2:55. So like, I don't have VWAP on my chart anymore. But
you can draw lines and it's 164.75.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I totally agree with you there. I think that like if you had VWAP before 250, you could have traded VWAP back down. However, it just kind of like wasn't a factor anymore. But that's what I think LMD is trying to tell you. Like, it's your trading plan that works. It's not necessarily.
I don't understand. I understand that, but the whole conversation is, are you really, if your trading plan is off by 2 cents, you are playing a dangerous game. It's a dangerous game. Regardless of it, it is a dangerous game.
Honestly, I can't tell you that I disagree with you. I think I kind of agree with you because like fuck the whole day. Take your money and run. Like that's where I'm at.
Here's the problem that I have, right? So let's say we talk about new traders. New traders don't trade like me. They're not trading like Nate. They're not trading like Lance. Like, for instance, I traded maybe 6 times today. Mind you, all of them are green trades. I am not. New traders, they're not gonna trade 6 times. Most new traders, they're gonna probably 1 or 2, and then they're gonna be done. Because the more you kind of trade, the more risk you're putting on, right? The more you trade, the more of a chance you have to lose. That's just how trading goes.
Yeah.
So most traders are gonna take 1 or 2 trades. Now, out of their 2 trades, let's give them 2 trades. Out of their 2 trades, could you imagine psychologically how devastating it would be if they were 2 cents off on 2 trades? And let's say, for instance, and I'll put this really simple. People trade NASDAQ names, right? NASDAQ's gonna trade with the NQ, right? Correct? So most likely, if Apple's going down, NQ is going down, there's a high chance, not all the time because you have outliers like Tesla, but there's a high chance that Microsoft's going to be going down, Nvidia's going down, AMD, because they're all correlated to each other. They're all under NASDAQ. Let's say the individual only trades that, right? And they take 2 trades on, and both trades are close to their profit target, 2 cents away, 3 cents away, right? And they don't take their profit, and they're hitting some sort of resistance.
It's gonna make you feel crazy.
And then it flushes down. You're gonna be bent. You are going to be bent. Now, I'm not saying LMD is wrong here. What I'm saying is, if we are talking about a new trader and someone who's not experienced, it is significantly better.
But maybe LMD is saying that like that's what creates bad traders, right? Like you took that trade under the assumption that you didn't want to lose, so you took the profit. But if you just fucking stuck to your plan,
I'm not. That's the thing. Not once did I say you take all of the profits. I say you take a piece.
That is
of
true.
The profits.
That is true.
He created LMD. You created the fact that you take your whole profits. I did not say that.
And LMD, what do you think about that? Because that is true.
Would a new trader be experienced enough to be able to read in and say, okay, this is not going any higher, I need to. And that's where a lot of thing comes in, that as a new trader, it's as possible. Now, as you gain experience, like with me, and I gain experience and I can read the chart. So just like me and Spark was talking earlier about a SPY trade, and it popped and it went to a certain area. I'm experienced enough now to say, look to the left. I see this area of resistance. This is why this trade is not working. I'm about to cut up out of this trade.
Yeah.
But as a new trader, you don't have all of those little tweaks in your trading system to be able to say, okay, I need to cut bait and run, because what a new trader may be looking at to say he needs to cut bait and run is not even a reason to get out of the trade. I fall victim to this often, where I'll get out of a trade and then I go back and I look at the trade and I'll say, that wasn't even a real reason for me to get out of the trade. and that's where live trade, and I always go back to live traders, 'cause that's like my foundation. That's their thing, is like, as a new trader, keep it as simple as possible. And as you grow, your trading plan is not static. So your trading plan that you start off with today is not going to be the same one from 6 months ago, a year ago, 5 years from now.
Mm-hmm.
So you can tweak it as it grows. And that's their thing, is when you start off as a new trader, keep it as simple as possible. Risk $5 to $10 per trade, 2 are all or nothing, and trade maybe 1 or 2 different types of patterns, or 1 or 2 different types of strategies.
Yeah.
And as you perfect that, then move on, add more to your playbook. As you move on and gain experience on how to read a chart, how to mark your charts up. Because even like with Evan, if you look at Evan had been marking his charts up, but he wasn't marking them up the correct way. And same thing, I won't say I would mark mine the correct way, but like live traders, I would mark it on pivots. But then looking at how you mark yours, you may go inside of the pivot and find some key areas inside of that pivot. So that's something that I added to my trading plan. Okay, I'm gonna still mark the pivot, because the pivots are important.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna also look for areas inside of that pivot to where that may be the area that it's actually holding or breaking it. And the same thing with looking at Vincent's strategy. Like, okay, I'll use the zones. That's not something that I learned in live traders, so that wasn't a part of my original playbook. But now I'll add that into my trading strategy. And that's all I'm saying. And I just keep going back to, because you say the shit is bullshit, or not bullshit, but like it's gonna fail. My thing is, if that's in their trading plan and they know that it works, how can you criticize them for doing it? If it works.
The problem is look, if the trade works, okay, it worked. But my concern is that all right, so let's say
I'll stop you right there, and then I'm gonna let you finish it. But what word did you just say there?
My concern?
There you go. It's their trading plan, so why is it any of your
I understand,
concern?
but I understand it's the individual's trading plan. The concern with it is the fact that if you keep playing these the 2-to-1s or whatever, the concern that I have for an individual who only plays that is that you're in this market specifically.
You can't be that.
They are
methodical.
going to chop you out.
Yeah.
They are going in this market. They are going to chop you. It is. There's no debate about this. We just seen the
So what
market
that means, though, is that you have to be more particular in your trade.
I'm gonna just chime in on this way for that statement, Vega. Statistically speaking, from what I've been looking at, and I'm never gonna give you what I feel. I'm always gonna give you the stats.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, yes, you could take what the market gives you, but statistically speaking, we hit target. And if you decided to implement feelings into your trade, you will be taking out profit thousands of dollars before where they hit and started to really reject it. No, wait for a second. And that means to me that like you got out of there with $400, $500, $800 thinking that you were the man, but the trade went $3,000-$4,000. And in the long term of trading, right? Like the day that you're wrong, if you don't get that whole emotional trading thing under control, you're not letting them take $400 from you. You're letting them take $1,000 from you when you only made $800, $400 on the upside just trying to get out when you were right. So like you have to step away from feeling that you were, and this is just me, bro. This is me feeling my experience. And this could be totally different for someone else. I personally have to get away from taking the profit just because it looks good and I don't want to go back down. The other day, I was up $800 on an NQ trade. 2 trades, two contracts. Bro, that shit hit $25,000 to the upside. And I said to myself, I'm fucking tired of taking this trade because I think I know what I'm doing. I have to let the market do what it does. And the market did what it did. It went to target. And either you go to target or you don't. Or you can be the trader that you're talking about, where you don't let the market take back what it's given you. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that. I'm saying that you're fighting an uphill battle, taking what the market gives you as opposed to what the market deserves.
I've been profitable for 3 or 4 years. I'm not the type of trader that you think you might be referring to.
I don't think I am. I think
here's the thing in terms of trades. You just mentioned 800 to 25 racks. That to me shows me that there was an outlier move, which means that you're either referring to Thursday's price action,
absolutely,
where we just completely ramped up on. It had to be Thursday, right? At 4:14, was it 4:14?
Today was another day. Today.
No, but and I want to talk about that really quick, because we had this conversation months ago. LMD, me, I don't know if you were in here, and Evan. I know 100%. I stated this. I stated, watch out in this market, because you can establish what a bull market looks like, how we end up dipping and grinding back at the end of the day. And that is something that has consistently been happening, and I mentioned this, and LMD, I know you remember when I had stated that. So I know a thing or two about price action, how the market, the macro view of the market wants to move based on basically prior history of me trading. Because I remember back in 2016, we talked about that time frame where Apple was trading within 20-30 cents of each other, and then between for like a whole week, and then we started kind of gearing back up, and then we started getting the exponential move that led to whatever 2020, but that was COVID and shit.
So you've been calling bangers, bro. Just so you know.
It's the concern that I have, just in regards to the 2-to-1s and stuff like that, is there is nothing wrong with not getting to the 2R. Let's say there's nothing wrong with getting that, 2 cents, right? You're 2 cents away from R, just take it off. And then if it keeps basing and holding and forming higher lows, you get in and you join the trend. This market, if we're getting a day like this, right? When this market decided to switch gears in the last, 1, 2 o'clock, whatever, when it decided to switch gears, you might have had only like one opportunity to get in where it gave you a chance. And this isn't on SPY, and I'll mark it up just so I'm clear on it. In my opinion, and yes, my opinion, so you can bring that up as my plan.
That's all that matters, bro.
There was a couple of entries that I personally, if I traded options, I would have loved to take on SPY, and it would have been. Now, there's no way I would have been able to make this whole move, because chances are, is with the way that I trade, I like to get out wherever there's resistance. So just drawing these lines real quick. I drew lines just in case you want to follow along. I have a line at 411.30, 411.50, and then 412.11. That would be my first area of target. Now, where would I get in? In my opinion, as soon as I seen 411.30's kind of base, right? I would have loved that entry. And when it geared up to 411.50's, if you draw the macro line at 411.50's, there's a lot of consolidation throughout the day that happened at 411.50's. So you have two chances. You have that low end, and you guys know I like to get the low end entry. So there's a high chance if I did trade options and I read it properly, I probably would have been at 411's into 411.30's into 411.50's. I would have been somewhere in that range. But they give you two chances. My first area of concern where I would like to take profits, and it would be the majority in my opinion, like it would probably be 65 to 70% of my position, I would have taken it off at 412.11. Here's why. You can see from 1040, 1036, 1040, whatever. You can see from 1040 to 1036 all the way on over to 11, basically 30. The bottom of 4, 12, 10 kept getting tapped in base, tap, base. It would tap and then search, tap, search, and then we failed under it. And then we re-tapped it a couple times here. We tapped it maybe 7, 8 times throughout the rest of the trading day where we got to like 4, 12, 10, and then we had that significant flush at 14, right? But then we caught that base again. So my first area of concern, I would automatically be taking 70% of my positioning off at the first area of concern, right? Which is 4, 12, 10. And then you leave a runner, you know, and then you take off wherever you want. And that's you know, because you can't, first of all, you can't really expect an exponential move like this. This is, you know, that's unexpected.
That's one thing I know.
Just in terms of RR bases, right? You know, maybe somebody, it's really complicated to go into RRs in terms of this trade or whatever, because given my fills, I would have been up 6 or 7 R already. Just based off of it going to 4, 12, 10, which is why it's really complicated for me to talk about the R's, because my entries are always, I mean, when I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm not going to say I always have the best entries, but I have very good entries on a lot of my trades.
Let me ask you this, Vega.
For the most part, and I mean, LMD would even attest to it, because when I first came in here, you know, he would look at my trades and I'd have like a 3-cent risk and I'm making 50 cents.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, that's why the RR conversation is really complicated for me, because my RRs, my risk is always tight. I always have a tight risk, unless I'm in a starter, right?
Yeah.
So, but when I'm in a trade and I'm sized, I mean, there's a good chance when I get trades that I'm sized in, I think for the most part, the most I'm willing to have a risk on is 15 cents. And for the most part, I'm making almost every trade I got in, literally every trade I got in actually today, I made 30+ cents on it. So while we're having this discussion on RRs, it's actually complicated for me to even talk about RRs, because I always have a good RR.
Well, let me ask you this.
It's not based off of RRs too much. It's based off of where you get in at.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what I'm saying. Again, that's your trading plan, though. So that's your style. Somebody else's trading plan and style might be based off of that RR, because it's that style of trading. And that's all I'm trying to say. It's that because of their style of trading, it's more structured to how they're getting in. And again, I always have to base it back on live traders, because that's basically what I base mine off of, is based on that style and that structure. They're getting in at a certain amount. So they know every time they're getting in, it's going to be, I may have a stop of 25 cents.
Mm-hmm.
I'm risking, let's say I'm risking $25. So I know I need to buy 100 shares.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that my entry needs to be when it breaks the high of this candle. So it's structured on where they're getting in. It's structured on where their stop is going to be at. And now, looking at the chart, they have to make sure that on the chart, it has room to go 50 cents to hit target. And again, this is something that we talked about, but I think you stepped away, me and Spark, and he was like saying, I'm getting out at my 2R. And I was like, for me, I would trail stop. And that, again, that all goes down to that trading plan though. So like Spark was saying, if it hits 2R, he's getting out of the trade. That's his plan. My plan says that if it hits 2R, I'm gonna move my target higher than 2R, and I'm gonna take my stop to like say 1.5R. So if it comes back down and tags me for 1.5R, I'm gonna stop out. Or if it rips, I'm gonna chase my stop behind it, and then I'll make more than 2R. But it all comes down to how your trading plan is structured. And that's why I always say it comes back to the entry, because it all comes back to how you initially think out the trade, and then how you enter the trade. And that's perfect example, like how you said, yours is not structured on a RR. So it's hard for you to have that conversation because your plan is not based on that.
Yeah, it's complicated for me to talk about R's, and if you guys notice, like on a lot of my charts that I end up posting, it's really difficult to talk about my R's because when I look at my charts, you know, even my entries here today and stuff like that, like it's so hard to compare the way that I trade versus a lot of people because my risk reward, I'm looking at like 4 to 1s because of how my risk is set up, you know, and that's a normal trade for me, you know, because my stop is always so close to my entry. I'm one of those people that, like, for instance, if I'm not taking a starter and I have size on, I'm one of those people who put size and then keep a tight stop. That's how I like to trade. I'm always so, like, when we talk about, I'll give you an example, the Apple trade that I got sized into, right? I got sized into it at 1240 and I'm using literally lower days. So I got it in at, entry here. Just to give you a live example.
You were 20 cents.
I got in at 164.20 and the lower day, what's the lower day today?
Like 20 cents.
I'm trying to get the low here. I'm trying to get this wick candle. Wait, no, that's not right. Is it?
What a trade.
Let's just, I can't even find the, okay, so the low is apparently, I just had it. It's like 105, wait, does this have it right here?
I think it's like
Oh,
164.
it's 164.03. 164.03 is the lows. So I got in at size, and mind you, I wasn't full size. I wish I was, but I got in at 164.21 based off of the fact that it kind of soaked up and got back to that, you know, level that we were talking about at 25. It got soaked right back up above that level. But I mean, if I'm noticing things are getting soaked at that level, that means that I don't have much risk. Because if that level does give, you know, what am I risking? Maybe if it gets heavy under 17 or 18, which means that technically speaking, I have like, what, a 3 cent, 4 cent, 3 cent stop, and I made 40 cents on this trade? That's 10R. So, yeah, it's complicated for me to talk about R's based off of just the way that I kind of trade. But
No, I don't think it is. I think what you just described was like what people need to know. You have to fucking put a level that you're willing to stop at. You, in this case, was willing to stop at the swing low. And, you know, it was fucking 20, 30 cents, right? And you took what you could out of the trade. And that's trading, bro. Like, that's trading. I think then LMD comes into the conversation and talks about styles of trading. He's like, listen, you're either going to go 2R, or you're going to go 3R, or you're going to go 1R, or you're going to go whatever R. But for you, it's, if I'm up on a trade, they're not going to bring me back into negative. I think that's the bottom line. Like, if you really, really think about what we're talking about. Like,
yeah, I had this rule that LMD and Evan were both here. They both know my rule. If I'm 20 cents, if I'm positive 20 cents in a position, I never let that position go
negative again.
Go against me.
Yeah.
I never do. But there's a reason behind it. One,
feel you, dog.
One, I'm usually sized. So if I'm taking 1,000 shares in Apple and I'm making 20 cents, I'm already up $200.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy to go.
You know what I'm
down.
saying?
Yeah, no. I mean, look, LMD. I gotta say, when I think, and this is maybe a great conversation to talk about what size mean versus what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to put enough on a trade where you could take that friggin' L. I'll take that L. But if you work, I get the full move. But if you're size, bro, you're gonna lose $300-400 fucking $100 just for being right. You were right on the trade. And just because you were on some like stubborn shit, not trying to take the tops, you let them come back down. I think Vega has a point. So it's a style.
But the conversation though happened due to your trade. That's where this conversation happened.
Sorry, say it again.
Yeah,
it comes to what?
The reason why we had this conversation or this debate or whatever is due to your trade when it hit 13,110.
The target,
and it was
yeah.
Yeah. So, and the thing at the end of the day is that you ended up agreeing that probably was not the right thing to do. You know, considering you were so close, and who's to say, like I said,
no.
if 13,100 does not hold, you are not getting that secondary move.
We got it, but it doesn't matter. We were close enough to take profit at a decent trade, right? Like, it was a decent profit, bro.
But then the thing is that it retested your entry.
You're right. Like, who the fuck is waiting for that? Like, are you kidding me?
Your entry. So I mean,
on size, yo, Vega, that doesn't make sense on size, bro. Like, I cannot stress how crazy it felt to go through that. But the one thing the data shows is you should be willing to go through that in order to make bigger money. However, I think what you're saying holds merit too. Take the profit, enter again.
You're saying on size. So if you're taking a trade on size, you need to understand the market enough to know that you need to be getting out because this is
absolutely that's the answer right there.
So that's the key. You, as somebody that don't really know nothing about trading, they shouldn't be in that position on size anyway. So you take the position on size. If you let that thing come back and smack you across the ass, then I'm gonna probably look at you crazy too, because you should understand the market and know that this is about to roll back over on you. So yeah, in that case, yeah, you would be crazy to stay in the trade and let it come all the way back down and stop you out full.
I want your target. Your target, Spark, was 1310, right? That was your target. Spark. We might have lost him or something. I don't know.
Yeah, so in that case, I hope I agree with you on that. Because if you hit size, then you need to be able to read the chart and know, okay, yeah, let me take something off of this. Especially if you're showing a very nice P&L, but again, that's something that goes to what they always say is that you shouldn't be looking at your P&L. You should trade the chart. Well, because the chart is going to tell you how you need to manage the trade, not how much you make. Now, options is different. Options, you have to almost look at your P&L because of how that shit moves. But
that's the thing, though. When you look up his, that's what I'm trying to find out if his target, but he's not talking no more. Spark, are you there? I'm trying to find out if his target was specifically, because I know he said 13,110, and one of the reasons why I was against, him not taking some off was because if you draw a line there was a lot of resistance there at the time, right? When you look at the time from just given his trade, because this is what we were talking about, his trade.
Yeah.
When you look at the time from 11:30, I think it's 11:37, all the way through. I mean, basically when he took. No, I actually this is when it kind of started going against him. At 12:40, I believe is when the thing started going against you a bit. But you can see that it got top wiki. So it's like, if you know that there is an issue at that level, it's like, why not? Why not take it off at 1309?
Can I just answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, like, the reason why I stopped thinking that I know what the market is doing at the time is only because your decision to take something off might be true for the first 5 minutes. But then 10 minutes later, the market blew through that level, bro. And I see this, the data shows this often and often. So, like, I'm just trying to get away from, like, believing that I understand what's going on right now. And I mean,
where did you get in on this now? I'm finally at my
man, we all caught the bottoms. On Apple, on MNQ,
but you were talking about an NQ trade.
Yeah, so on MNQ, I was in on 094. When they went up to that level that he's talking about, where they started like wicking,
he was at 13.
I'm saying, what time though? What time?
Oh shit, like 12:15.
12:15. I'm just trying to see what the chart was looking like.
I'm trying to find that with you. So.
Yeah, 12:15 on MNQ.
You were going long.
Yep.
Yeah, he was going long. Yep.
So like once the market bounced off the lows, it started going higher. We were all I think Vega took a better entry than everyone on the lows. I took an entry when we started breaking above what I would consider
And
like
where was your targeted?
shit. I was targeting fucking like my first target was 13,110, I think.
Hold on, let me put a line there. Cause first thing I'm gonna do is just like how Vega will say, I'm gonna look to the left and see. So you said 13, what now was your target?
110. 110 was the target. And I was like, if we can get through 110, we could get rolling. We hit
13, 110 was your target?
110. Yep.
So you hit target then, right?
Yeah, that's what I like. But the reason why I hit they pulled back from target. This is what he's talking about.
Yeah.
They pulled back
So if you
from.
look to the left, right after you got in, it's a pivot right above you.
But so that's what I was trying to explain to
Yes.
you, is that he should have been, and this is where this
Taking
whole thing
profit.
got crazy, is because at 1241, which is the candle I told Spark earlier, I'm like, you should probably take off a piece because we are seeing resistance. If you look left, you have that. One thing I don't like is you have that candle at 1041, that flush candle that kind of touched that 13,110, and then you have this consolidation where it looked like it was staying heavy. And while you said that, yes, when it touches, if you would have waited 5 minutes and it did exactly what you thought it was gonna do, the problem is that if you wait 5 minutes, good chance it doesn't do what you thought it was gonna
Facts.
do, right?
Facts.
Or what the market, because I know you said you're not trying to think, right? You're not trying to kind of form a bias, is what
Right.
they kind of call it,
Right.
right? So, well, yes, if you're going in there and you're going in there with just like a mindset where it's like, all right, you're gonna go ahead and let this try to play out, you have to understand as well. To me, it's like I'm good at formulating biases. I'm pretty sure everyone in here can tell I'm good at formulating biases, and I have a very good stance on why my bias is there.
100%.
For instance, when I called out that 413 level, when I called out that they're playing games, and I said, yo, we can end up red on the day, and it ended up happening. I mean, I called that out well in advance. It wasn't even like something that was happening
So like
while it was
an hour
happening.
before it happened.
So, like some Nostradamus shit. But that's why I was telling Spark that it would have probably been advantageous, because he said he was sized, to take a piece off, because the last thing you want to do is, if you're overly sized, is have an overly sized loss.
Yeah, man. Like he's right.
And see, I'm looking at this chart though, and again, it all comes back to the initial person's trading plan. Like, see, I wouldn't have took that trade long because it don't fit my trading plan. So I wouldn't even had no place to put a stop at on this trade.
You don't have a demand line drawn, because there's demand there.
Yeah, there's lows. There's
there's
lows.
I don't trade demand like that though.
Okay.
I don't trade it to bounce and go higher.
This is where the
So
different
it
trading
wouldn't have
plans
met my
work.
trading plan. So I wouldn't even had a place to put a stop on it. So that's why I always say it's more than the risk to reward. You have to go all the way back to the front of the trade.
And
Beginning of the trade. But
LMT,
looking
why
at
the
this
hell
chart,
didn't you have demand at the lows though?
Huh?
Why didn't you have demand at the lows?
I won't take a trade on it.
I think he has it. Yeah, I think he has it.
It's in a downtrend.
Say again, what?
Yeah, this is in a downtrend for me on the 5-minute chart.
Okay.
So I wouldn't take a trade going long with it. For me, I need to see it transitioning. So at least one higher low and one higher high. But that's why I
This
say it all
is
comes down to the initial entry though.
Yeah, this
So,
is
like,
super cool for me
this
because
one-
like it,
I'm looking at it the same way that Vega would have been, just like on the SPY one, when we was looking at the SPY one, and I was saying I'm gonna look for reasons why the trade didn't work. Because to me, I'm gonna stick with what Vega says and say that you got lucky on it. Because I don't know, and it's kind of hard to say, because I don't know what your trading system was showing you. But to me, this looked like this was just going to possibly pull back and keep going lower.
I want
You caught it before it even set the lower high.
I want
and that's
I want
exactly
you guys
why.
to look.
My fault. Go ahead.
No. I just before you guys get crazy, I want you guys to look at this picture that I put on the group.
Yeah, I got you.
On the middle chart showed demand at that level on MNQ. If that level gets breached, I'm out of the trade. No ifs, ands, or buts. So if they make a higher low, this uptrend. Remember I was telling you on SPY we could get to like 152 or whatever the fuck I was talking about?
Yeah.
That was because Apple was showing the same thing, bro. Like I was like, yo, if Apple gets crazy, it could go nuts.
And it did.
And that's
It
why I
took a
said,
very long
I
time to
don't see
happen.
your chart, so I can't see why you got in the trade. But see, your pattern is telling you to get in the trade.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
chart is telling me not to get in the trade. So again, that's why I said. So for you, you putting your stop at the low of that red candle, I'm assuming. Like that pivot.
It's the swing low. Yep, the
that
swing low.
dollar tail.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that works for your system. That works for your system. And then, so for me, I'm gonna be trying to figure out if that candle, and it's real easy for me to do it. So that candle is 18 points with an entry of 1390. So I need 36 points out of that to go 2R. So let me pull up a calculator real quick. Because this is how I would figure it out based on live traders system.
Yeah. Yo, Vega, I was telling you, like, we have the opportunity to get up to 150. I think I kept calling out, like, a possible 165 entry or some shit like that on SPY. Only because, bro, like, once we start going up from those levels, it's just who's going to stop us, right? Like, that's the question. Who's going to stop us? And
Well, I always.
For me, target would have been 13,131. That would have been what
on
I
what? On what? On what?
On that trade that you took.
MNQ.
Yeah.
MNQ,
Looking at that,
13,135.
if I'm looking at the bottom and tail candle on your 15-minute chart, that's the candle you got in, right?
I don't know. Hold on. I'm going in now. Hold on. Sorry.
Just looking at that picture, and that's where I dropped the arrow at. So I just see it on the 15-minute chart. You catching it right there. I'm gonna put my stop below it. That candle was 18 points, so I need 36 points. So again, for me, it wouldn't have had enough room in it to hit 2R. And you see that it comes up, breaks that. So the first pivot for me would have been 13,121. That's like the first, that's where I'm seeing it's gonna catch resistance at. Kind of peekaboos over, pulls back, and then it rips. And now you're on the right side of the trade because you're on the higher low side of the trade.
Yeah, yo.
But
I think the
initially,
difference between your trading and my trading, LMD, and I don't know how to like figure this part out, is that you wait for confirmation. I don't.
Yeah, you catching it as it's moving down.
Yeah,
into that line.
I'm with the herd, baby. If they fucking buying up and wicking at the lows, I'm taking that trade. You want to wait for them to break and retest a level that seems significant. And the reason for me not taking that trade is because, like, for me, just statistically speaking, it just shows that, like, I'm too late to the trade. And that's just me. And this is where I like.
Why I said it all comes down to your trading plan.
Yeah. Like when you kept saying
like
that shit.
Now, I don't really wait for confirmation. I'll buy to go short as it's breaking the high of a channel going back down. But again, that's my trading plan evolving.
I like that shit though. I ain't gonna hold you. I like that. I like that a lot.
And that's what I'm saying. So the trading plan, even though it's the plan, it's not static. As just like today, I did something new today. I wrote notes down. That's not some shit that I've done in the past, but that's my trading plan evolving.
What was different? What was different?
No, I'm saying I never take notes down. So
No, like what was different? What was different in your trading plan today than most average days?
Me writing notes down.
Got
That's
you.
not something that I do.
So like, what trade did you take today that was like, yo, this is because I planned on this?
I don't know if I necessarily took any trade based on that, but basically on my notes for like each stock, I wrote down on the weekly if it's up or down, on the 4 hour if it's up or down, on the 1 hour if it's up or down, and then intraday if it's up or down, and then notes. So like on the SPY, I said, I can't even read my goddamn writing. I said the SPY looks interesting below 412. If we can break and hold 412.
Yeah, you
But-
told us that. You told us that.
Yeah, but that's because after I finish my pre-market, I'm only looking at the thumbnails. So it's easy for me to glance over at a sheet of paper and see what I was looking at. Because you know, like my pre-market setup has the 4 different time frames on it. You got the weekly, the daily, the 4 hour, actually 5 different time frames. But once the market opens, I'm only looking at 1 minute charts. So I'm looking, I got tunnel vision. But if I can glance over at my notes and see, okay, I can see that the hourly channel is going down, but the weekly channel is going up, and I can see that little weekly line right there. It gives me a bigger picture without having to go over and look at those other charts. So that's something that I was like, well, let me implement this in my plan, because I noticed last week I missed out on a lot of trades because I'm thinking that they're going to do one thing and the charts were showing something totally different. In the same way, like how you say you buy the bottom if you're going back up. Like now, if let's say that the SPY is in an up channel and it's coming back down, I'll buy it on the way back down. I get a better feel, and I'm catching it at a lower price, and I'm trusting that this thing is gonna bounce back up and go back higher again. But like on that one, that's basically a clear, like straight out of Live Traders. Buy the bottom and tail, put your stop below the bottom and tail, and buy it when it breaks the high of the bottom and tail. So buy it when it breaks the high of the candle, your stop is below the candle, and your risk is whatever that candle is. So let's say it was like, I think I said, 18 points on that candle? So that's how that trade would have played out. And now I'm just looking to see if the trade has enough room in it. And for me, it didn't have enough room in it, so I wouldn't have been able to take the trade.
Man,
I wouldn't have been
I feel like
able to get like 1R out of it on the first initial move. Now it pulled back and then it went 1R, but I can't trade that like that.
I feel like so many traders will gain so many insightful opportunities, or at least understanding of how the market moves from watching what we just talked about within the last 3 hours. And it took time because like Vega had a different perspective, you had a different perspective, I had a different perspective, and like all perspective came down to one thing. All perspective came down to structure, right? Like there's nothing that we could beat, and that's market structure. The market made higher lows and it went up. And whether LMD's condition was right or Vega's condition was right, it doesn't matter if you just decided to take money because you were up. The market ended up making you up more. And I think that's what LMD was talking about. He was saying that like it's just about your plan. It's just about whether or not. Yeah, it's just about
and
your
I don't
plan.
think no one person's plan is better than the other person's as long as they trade in the plan. Now, do different plans make different money? Because that's like Live Traders. He's risking $1,000 per trade to make $2,000 per trade.
Yeah.
Well, he may not be making the big money like the other people are, but does that mean that his trading plan is not a solid trading plan? And that's my whole thing. And the same thing, I always go back to RT. RT is not a way that I would trade.
What's RT, bro? What's RT?
I won't knock him.
What's RT?
Relentless Trader. That's his YouTube channel. It's called Relentless Trader.
I never heard of them. Well, okay, Relentless
Yeah.
Traders, guys. If you ever want to look them up, look up Relentless Traders on our channel. Like we all about learning more things than we can, because like this whole thing is like different. So thank God for
Yeah, his
LMT
strategy is
teaching us
based
this.
off of warrior trading. So Ross
Okay.
over at Warrior Trading,
Uh-huh.
that's what his foundation is built off of. And that's not always, I think you might have the only, I don't know if you have like your foundation, or like Vega's foundation built off of IU. Mine's built off of Live Traders. RT's built off of Warrior Trading. Like you crafted yours, and then you just put a little piece of this, a little sprinkle of that on there.
Yeah.
Everyone takes bits and pieces from everyone.
Yeah, yeah.
But just to get
Talk
back
your shit,
to
Vega.
the reason why this conversation had started was, you know, the 1310 area really quick. The reason why this conversation started is because when it got to that level, there was clear resistance there. So when I was talking to Spark and I told him he should be proactively, getting out of his position up there, it was due to the fact that there's resistance there. Like when we were talking about 1R, 2R, whatever, the thing is if you're going to play that game, you want to make sure you're playing that game correctly, which means that if you're going to play a game for 2R, whatever R, you want to make sure that there's not going to be, if you're going to trade for that, you want to make sure that there's not going to be a lot of resistance getting to that level. Because if there's going to be a lot of resistance going to that level, there's a good chance that you're probably not even going to make it to that level. And what I mean by that is if we go ahead and we were to use his trade, for example, we know that the trade was in a downtrend, right? So that's a negative. And we know that there's resistance at 310. And by no means I am calling this trade a bad trade, Spark. I just want you to know that because I have 13,100 as a demand all the way down to 13,080. So I'm not saying your trade is bad.
My brother, talk to the community. I was with you on the trade to the upside. Talk to the community.
Yeah, exactly. Like I literally caught the lows of what you were talking about.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying the trade was bad. I'm just saying to not want to alleviate some of that pressure in your trade. We've talked about it before. I do not want to be full-sized in a trade where I'm gripping on the edge of my seat like the guy from Get Out.
Yes.
I'm not doing that. That's not how I want to trade. So when LMD, when you were talking about your 2Rs, we were going back and forth on this 2R thing. This is in reference to his trade. It wasn't in reference to anybody's strategy. It was in reference, you made it about everybody's strategy. It was in specific.
When I came in the conversation,
Yeah, but I was talking about his trade. And then we got into this weird ass tangent I'm gonna make sure I forget about. But that's what I was talking about. I was talking about his trade in specific that I would want to alleviate a bit of the pressure, and that's how I trade.
Yes.
I like to, because when I take size, I am taking size. Like I understand the risk behind it. While I am comfortable taking a full size loss, I know at the first area of concern I want to take a piece off.
Yes.
That's just how I trade because I don't want it, as I established with both of you guys, and Evan knows as well, as soon as I'm 20 cents in the money on any trade, I am not turning that into a red trade.
It's lit.
Not.
It's lit.
So and that was my concern about the trade. My concern was alleviate some of that pressure so that if it does dip, you're not sitting there concerned as much. You're like, okay, well, I got a piece of my move. I got some cushioning, right? I got some cushion in my trade now. You have a green P&L from taking that piece off, and you're able to sit there and kind of wait. Allow the trade to kind of play off because you're alleviating some of that pressure on you. And when you take size, on the trade, and given I'm pretty sure 9 mini contracts on that, it plays a factor on like how you're trading. There might be a little bit more emotion involved or whatever the case may be. So to alleviate some of that pressure, it's gonna allow you more clarity, and then you can maybe play for that exponential move.
Yo, Vega, let me just interject if I can for a second.
Yeah.
The fact that this guy explained what trading feels like during the process, I think it's what we all want to experience, right? Like, he got into a trade to the upside after a bounce, after a consolidation, and he hoped that the market went crazy to the upside. And he took some off. Hoping that it continued to go up. And if you did that, it didn't matter whether the market went down. It was just like, okay, cool. The market went down. And, you know, it went against me. But, like, the fact that he knew he controlled the trade was important. He controlled whether or not the trade was going to go up or down. That's important, guys. Like, I don't know how to stress that, but, like, if the market went down 10, 20, 40, 50, 60, 80 points, he was ready to kill that trade. But the fact that it just went down enough for him to, like, stomach the trade, he already took profit to the point where it was just like, okay, cool. It doesn't matter if it goes down too much. And that's controlling the trade. And I don't care what anyone says. Like,
that's why I say, looking at the chart, yeah, I understand what you're saying now, because it was coming right into resistance.
Yeah, man, like, controlling the trade.
But like I said, by no means am I calling it a bad trade, because we know that demand is there. Like, we knew. I can show you my TOS chart. Like, I have, I've showed it several times. But that 13,100 to 13,080, the demand is not like support, right? Because demand is a range. Support is like a line, right? When you draw support, you're drawing a specific line. When you're talking about demand, you're talking about a range. We have a range in the NQ that is being bought up. And even prior to market open, Vincent had talked about it. And I have my own theories of what the market's going to do. But Vincent talked about, if you watch the stream, that if the market ends up coming back down to the 13,100 area, we can kind of get a bounce. Now, I don't base my thesis on what anybody says. Like for instance, I don't base my trades on what Nate says, because even though I'm in IU, I don't base it because he has a, while he's right a lot of the times, he doesn't see what I see, because I've talked about a time where I got in a trade and he had mentioned that the trade is, there's no edge. It was a lower price stock. But he was like, there's no edge, but I still seen edge in the trade. So when I'm talking and I'm trying to, and I'm giving the information on like what I'm seeing on the market and things like that, it doesn't come from any individual. Like I don't come up and kind of steal like an idea. It's all fresh. It all comes to me fresh. And then I just base my plan upon it. So, and because a lot of people, they, not for nothing, but in trading, a lot of people like to take credit, from other people. And I've always been someone who undoubtedly I don't say no bullshit. I don't take somebody else's plan, make it my own, and then say, that was all me.
Nah,
and
Vega, you
LMD
sound like a real
attest to
dude,
it.
bro. You sound like a real dude.
Yeah, I mean, LMD can attest to it, because how many times has Evan said, "Oh, your strategy," and I'm like, "Well, Nate taught me my strategy." Like I always.
You like Nate?
I give recognition to the people who brought me into the game, right? And then while people say that, like
shout out to Nate, though, bro.
Yeah, if someone wants to say like, it's Vegas, it's not really, because I learned it from Nate. So whoever, if Nate created it, then it's his. But even if Nate learned it from somebody else, the point is just giving it forward. And that's what I did basically with Evan. And Evan was able to nail a trade today. And he was able to kind of follow my sort of thesis that I had in terms of the market, because I know that he was looking for like longs kind of prematurely. And I'm like, take a step back, because and I hope you caught it on your stream when I was talking about look left at previous price action. We were getting those flush candles, and I was talking about, be careful, because the market's been showing its hand on these flushes. I feel like we can go red, And I said that way before it happened, and it, boom, it happened. And I was like, dude, that's amazing. So if that was recorded, if anybody ends up wanting to play that back, I mean, that's you know, I mean, that's a good thing to have. Being able to kind of
shout out to the God.
Bias.
Shout out to the God, bro. Like, yo, Vega, like, I think you call out a lot of plays before it happens. And for me, I think that's all I kind of give credence to. Cause like, it's hard to do what you do. It's hard to do what you do, bro.
Forming a bias and then being right on that bias.
Yeah, like, it's hard to do what you do. And it doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. But what matters is that, like, you're right more than you're wrong. If that makes any sense.
And it's not even, to me, it's not even just about being right or wrong, though. I think that some people think formulating a bias is an unhealthy thing in the market, right? Because the market's random. We know this. You get random price action, whatever. You know, so a lot of people will say, "Oh, well, you know, forming a bias is bad."
Let me let you argue with me for a minute. Fuck that.
Okay.
Like fuck that. The fact that you can do what you do is what makes people money, right? Like,
exactly.
Right? Like, fuck that. I don't care if you're wrong. I care if you're right more than you're wrong. That's all I care about. And what do you think about as a person that is capable of doing what you do, and like, you know, like, you don't have to be, yo, bro, if you're right 40% of the time, like, you can make people money.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, what do you think about that?
While it's cool and stuff, you know, to be able to do that, that's not the reason for my bias. I think the reason why I like formulating my bias is not for, you know, kind of, while we all trade for money, it's not for the money really. It's for the plan. Because in my opinion, you know, my bias, when I form my bias, it formulates the plan for me. For instance, when I was talking about the price action, looking to the left and we were seeing flush candles, what did I say? I was like, if we're going to keep flushing, I want to wait for a V shape in order for me to get into a trade. Now, will the V shape show up? Probably fucking not, right? Probably not. I'm not Nostradamus. I'm not somebody who's actually, you know, a hedge fund who's able to control the market to create it. But what I do know is if we're going to get hammered on a day where there's no news, there's no nothing happening, it's like, what's the chances that we're just gonna tank? You know, like, well, we can do that. And also I called that algorithm, and I was like, oh, I can't, you know, wait until they turn it off. And what did they do? The last fucking hour or so of the trading day, that shit got turned off.
That's data driven. Vega, that's fucking awesome, bro. Like, you have no bias. You have straight up algorithm, straight up, you know, like, algorithm driven trading. This shit was straight up, yo, listen, we don't have X, Y, and Z, and we should probably come down. And it worked. It worked.
Yeah, it does. And, you know, so in terms of trading, because there's I don't know if LMD, you know, I don't know if LMD, you come into the day formulating a bias, or if anybody else does. I don't really formulate I guess you can call it a bias, but it's more like a plan based around what the market structure is looking like. So what the price action is giving us is how I start, you know, how I kind of start getting the wheels going in my head. Like, why are we moving the way that we're moving? You know,
how do you feel when you're not right? How do you feel when, in this case, or in many cases, your macro sense was wrong, but in the long run, meaning in 3-4 hours, you were right, but right now you're wrong? Like, how do you feel about that? How do you?
Am I in a trade when it happens?
I don't think it matters to me. I think it matters to me that, like, you're wrong right now, but in 3 hours you were right.
Then, in my opinion, I like to say that I just had the timing wrong.
Okay. What does that mean to you?
My timing was just off. Just like trades, though, just like trades, right? If you're gonna kind of bring that up, like let's say maybe your timing is wrong or whatever, it's just like any other trade, right? Like how
Yeah.
many times have you been in a trade and you were absolutely right on your trade, but it didn't happen on your time format? Maybe
Talk
you had
that
to wait
shit.
10 minutes, maybe you had to wait 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So that it's the same. It's literally the same concept. It's the same concept. So just
In what
use
sense?
that.
In what sense? Like what do you mean?
So it's the same concept because when you're in a trade because you have a bias that the market's going whatever particular direction that it's going to go in, right? No one's going into a trade expecting to lose. No one wants to lose, right? You don't want to. You're not willingly trying to give the market money. So what I mean is that when you go ahead and you formulate a bias, you're not also trying to be wrong. Who's trying to be wrong and who's trying to be wrong on a trade? They coincide. It's hand in hand.
So what
Right.
kills the trades for you? Like what makes you say, all right, you know what, this is over?
When my thesis kind of doesn't just plan out.
And
So
what does that mean?
So I mean it's given on what the market's giving us, right? So it matters on. I mean, if we're talking about a macro view of just like before the market opens, are we talking about like is there PMI, CPI? For instance, right? Well, take it a couple weeks back or whatever. But you remember when I was in here and I was talking about, guys, remember it's CPI and then right after CPI it's PPI. So, and I think we were dripping, right? We were kind of bleeding during CPI because we had that nice ramp up pre-market and then we started dripping. And I was like, take a step back and wait for that V shape because we still have another news that has to be released, which is the following day, which was on Thursday, which is when we got that real nice move that made that probably $800 trade that you would have had and that you took instead of having it be like 25,000 or whatever. But yeah, so it just depends on what we're referring to. If we're referring to a day where there's PPI in news, that kind of changes my thought process. And if there's no news and depending on am I seeing an algo, all of that matters. So all of that, I have to be able to see all of that in order to kind of formulate the biases that I do and the plans that I do. If that makes sense, which it should, honestly, because it is complicated to be able to. It's not easy. It's definitely not easy to be able to understand how the market's moving, why it's moving the way that it moves, and I try to share my information a lot, like specifically on CPI and PPI days, because we know that we get nice trend days on those days. And I try to protect Evan in his trades because he's starting off and, he kind of reminds me of when I first started trading, because when I first started trading, there was no one like me, right? You had the Tim Sykes and the Rosses, but there wasn't nobody speaking to me on a personal level. So I'm able to speak to Evan, our marksman, and kind of guide him like, hey, you should not be doing this or you should not be doing. And sometimes he takes dumb trades, and I'm like that, but that's absolutely preventable. Like you did not have to trade that. And a lot of the times they're also not dumb trades. He just gets out early. So a lot of the times, yeah.
The dumb trade sometimes is the trade that you don't take because you should be able to learn from those bad trades.
But it's not what I've noticed recently is Evan's been taking a lot of setups that I would take. He really has. He's been showing like a lot of improvements. The problem that he's been having is his stops, right? Because he views things as super cut and dry. And the issue with that trading style is the way that I trade, my entries are really, really good. And his aren't at my level yet, right? His entries aren't where mine's are. And that's why I keep telling him, like, give yourself a range to exit out your trade just in case you're wrong, because you don't want to be the person who just gets wicked out at a support level. So, but recently he's been doing, I think the last 3 days have been green days for him, actually. I think he was green. He's green today. He was green Friday, and I think he was green Thursday. And they were all really good. Oh, no, Thursday he didn't trade. I think Wednesday. I think he's had 3 consecutive green days, if I'm not mistaken. Which is really good because he's drawing, dude. He's drawing the lines exactly like how I like to draw them, bro. He's doing a lot of good shit that I'm seeing, and he's doing it faster than what I learned it. So he's learning my strategy, Nate's strategy, whatever. He's learning it faster than what I was learning it. Given I didn't have much of a, I didn't have somebody talking to me when I was trading. So, but I like being able to help him out because I feel like he can get it, and he'll be able to get it fast once he does. By the way, Nvidia is ripping up. I don't even know. Does Nvidia have? No, Netflix has earnings, doesn't it? Or is it tomorrow? Why is Nvidia ripping up?
It has earnings.
No, Nvidia doesn't have earnings. It just like ripped up out of nowhere.
That's crazy.
I'm gonna look at the news really quick. I'm gonna pull up Nvidia news. What the fuck happened? Oh, it's coming back down. It got a nice rip. It went from it closed out at like 270 and went all the way up to 270, 251. A little bit past it actually. So it went up like 2 points.
It's just pulling back down now.
Yeah, it's kind of pulling back. It actually was bringing AMD with it for a bit. I need to actually, before I go to bed tonight, I need to go ahead and remark up all my charts on TOS because I think AMD is making a pretty good move where it kind of drips and then makes this bull flag. I know Vincent was talking about that in his stream earlier, so I definitely want to mark that up because that could be a pretty A+ setup when that does occur, if it does occur. And especially on a week where we don't have like any real significant news either. There's nothing really big coming on this week.
You know what I hope, bro? Like I hope these bastards don't leave without us, bro. Like we know there's an up move coming. It's just I hope they don't leave without us. Oh God.
I mean, what do you mean by like leaving without us? You mean like in pre-market?
Yeah, whatever market, like pre-market, after hours, like they're gonna leave without us, bro.
If they do, we'll probably end up retesting it. You just gotta be patient. Well, we'll either retest, like if we get like a surge up, I would assume that we would want to retest like a previous day's high or something of that nature. I don't think that, well, a previous day high, in my opinion, is not something I really like. I probably would take it if I know that we're gonna trend in the right direction. Yeah. I like taking things like at levels. So like, for instance, like the SPY, I would like the SPY to get to like a nice support level or, rip over a resistance level, come back, retest that resistance and dip and rip again or whatever. So I don't know. I feel like in this market, where this market's respecting a lot of levels. Like it's undeniable. Like the market's been, when you think the market's left you, it comes right back and it shows you, hey, no, I haven't left yet. I gotta knock at the door and see if there's still people here. You know what I'm saying? Like I like to make that analogy where like they leave, right? The market leaves in whichever direction, whether it's a rip up or a flush down, right? They leave, but then they come right back and knock on the door and they see if anybody's there. And then if there's nobody there, bring it right back down or right back up. If there's somebody there, then they start holding it and then, go whatever direction. But that's kind of how I like to break that kind of analogy down or metaphor or whatever. I like when the market kind of knocks on the door and it's like, hey, is anyone going to bid me up? Am I going to get pressure back down? That's what I like to see. But that all takes time. Like I said, in order to formulate the biases that I form and the thoughts that I form, it takes time. You have to put years into trading. And I've been trading since 2015, 2016. So it takes time. That's what trading is. Just time. You need to give yourself enough time to be able to be a good trader. Trying to see. The NQ is really interesting. Or not the NQ, the ES. How do you trade futures?
What you mean?
Like, do you have to make a specific brokerage account?
Yeah. You can trade futures with Thinkorswim. They just charge you a lot more.
Oh, fuck that.
Through TD Ameritrade. It's cheaper to trade through that Tradeovate. It's cheaper if you go through them. But yeah, you just open an account with them. And they use Ninja Trading. Like, that's their main platform. Is Ninja Trading.
I'm gonna see Trader Vate real quick. I'm gonna Google it.
Yeah. 'Cause I opened my account with like $2,000.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's the same. It's the same as like.
Yeah. What's their?
We already know that the charts is charts.
Oh, okay. So here, wait, hold up. Free monthly. Wait, what?
Last damn cart. Make a mess.
I would have to do some research on this thing.
Yeah, I don't care for that platform because I'm so used to Thinkorswim, but it works. Like, if you don't put brackets in when you get in the order, they won't let you go back in and put brackets, which is kind of stupid. And then you have to pay for data, like maybe $4 a month. Otherwise, it's like delayed, which was crazy. The first time I took a trade,
Wait, they give you delayed, but even on your trade, so like, it's delayed?
so the trade is not delayed, but let's say you getting in on what you're seeing on their charts is delayed.
Oh, okay, but you wouldn't use their charts. You would be using TOS.
Yeah. So I use TOS, but like, say you're looking at that chart to get in a trade. It looks crazy because the numbers will be like way off. And then when you managing the trade, so like say that you're trying to manage to get out of it, it might be 15 seconds delayed, which like my first trade, I was green on the trade, but on their system, it was showing something totally different. And the trade started going against me and it's delayed. So I'm looking at TOS like, why is this down here? And then that finally caught up to it. And I'm like, nah. So I just went on and paid the little $4 a month or whatever it was to pay for their data.
I think that's how Interactive Brokers is with their charting software. I'm pretty sure it's delayed.
Yeah. So yeah, once I paid for it, I was like, all right, we're good now.
All right,
well. I hadn't traded on there lately.
Yeah, I know you had that one trade or like a couple of trades and then I haven't seen anything since. But I'm about to go order pizza and just chill. So I'm going to be out of here. See you guys tomorrow.
All right, yeah. Be in this shop trying to get some work done. Enjoy your evening, boss man.
You as well.
All right, I'll let you.
Yeah, later.
Later.
Series. Yeah.
Which one?
Bitch ass nigga.